Hey, Pickle. Sick. Smack is my goat. Hey, dude. Alright, guys, we have a big agenda for today. We're going to try and get through everything. Little bit of a lengthier stream. Lots of chess content coming today. If you're new here, name is Nick Drew. Welcome in, everyone. So, here's what's going down. Today, on Twitch.tv, we are going to be doing 2 chess lessons as well as a couple game reviews. So we're going to be spending an hour with our competitor in the Chess Pog Legends tournament with JoRaul. For starters, if you don't know what the Chess Pog Legends tournament is, it is a multi-week chess tournament that we've been doing live the last 2 weeks on stream. We have the semifinals coming up this upcoming week, starting in about 2 days. And then we also have Ksmac3, who we're going to be coaching a bit today. And then on Monday, tomorrow on TikTok, we'll be coaching Jack Penguin and Pox for the other match. And then after that, we have recaps from the quarterfinals. If you missed any of the quarterfinal action, if you don't know what happened in the games, they were very exhilarating. We will be taking you through those after both the lessons are done. I'll be doing a recap for YouTube, and you guys will get the chance to check that out as well. All right, let's begin things with Joe. Let's introduce him and get him in here so we can get started and get moving. Because Ksmac3's coming in at 6:30 and it's 5:22, so we got to get Joe started here. So let's get right into things. Nick, we sailing anytime soon? Talk about Raft. Sea of Thieves. Hi, it's nice to meet you too, Vic. Maybe we can do Raft at some point. I don't have time in this upcoming schedule for it, but I will consider it for up for the future. Joe.
Hello.
Hi, my guy.
How's it going?
It's going good.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Let me turn my camera on here. I see you're live.
Oh, great. Yeah, Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you don't have to, but you know what? That's a good idea if you would like to share. I can set something up where we get your camera in on this.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Well, I guess it's been like five-ish days since we've last had you on the event when you played chess.
I think so. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, although I've definitely seen you since then. I've seen you in our stream, and I've probably seen you in some other people's streams too since then, lingering around.
Times?
Yes, sir. You seem to be a regular of Twitch.
I am a regular of Twitch. I'm in the Kixie streams and the clinical streams and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm always popping into everyone's streams and seeing how they're doing.
Same. I enjoy it. They all put out such great content.
Yeah, I like saying hi. It gives me ideas too. I like see what they're doing. I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. Maybe I should mooch off that. And
yoink.
Yep. Yoink. Thank you. So it looks like Pox is going to be in here. Pox is going to do a little spying on this prep action you got going here, Joe.
Yeah, I can see Pox is in chat.
Yeah.
Hello, Pox.
Pox, my dude. Pox and I are very excited. Pox, we're going to actually be... I was DMing Pox about a February event. Pox, we're going to... Oh, I have to send you the poster, Pox. I'm going to be doing an event with him, and I did not Did I announce opponents yet? Oh, I can actually do that right now. We can do that today. I'll announce opponents.
Actually, Nick, I do have one thing to ask you before we do that, if that's okay.
Sure.
Which I'll just DM you about right now, because I only heard about this today.
You DM me that while I grab the poster, because I have an updated poster that I forgot about. Let me send this to myself so I can pull it up on the screen. So yes, we are heading into the semifinals, guys, and I do have the pairings for the next match, which I'll show you guys momentarily. Let me send it to myself. This will be the fastest way to do it. And then we also have a bunch of events coming up in February that we're actually going to start announcing on Tuesday. So during the upcoming battle. There's this poster. Yeah, I didn't make it a PNG yet. Well, we'll give it a second. While I'm doing this, let's speed run this. Give a copy. Okay, thank goodness I already took care of this on Saturday. I already made all these things. Okay. All right, so I have the new poster, everyone's opponents, that we'll announce in a second. Yes, so we have 2 upcoming matches. We have Tuesday and Thursday. Times are gonna maybe still be up in the air, but I have pretty much the official kind of listing for everything.
Okay.
Okay. I want to get right into your session though, Joe, because I have Ksmac3 coming in here in an hour from now, so at 6:30 my time. So I wonder if we should do that first.
Sure. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Let me see which screen is best to do this on. Potentially, actually, this one, and then I can put your camera below mine. This might be a little better. And then maybe not. Filters. Let's get rid of this. Okay. Let's add a window. All right, so we do have JoRaul in here. You want to say hi to everyone, Joe, while I'm setting you up?
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. It's great to have you. It's great to have you. Sorry, it's great to be on, and learning some chess. I'd like to say hi to your chat, Pox. It's good to see you again. I know you've been a fixture of the tournament. Very, very excited. Just excited to learn a lot tonight, and kind of take things from there. What I will say is I've taken a very different approach to studying from the previous week in that I haven't done any at all. And have instead decided to subscribe to, I don't know if you guys know about it, but the wonderful subreddit called Anarchy Chess, which has a lot of great memes. So if you see me believing that en passant is forced, or playing the Bong Cloud, or playing the Roy Lopez in my chess tournament, you know what happened. I've been radicalized by the chess meme community.
That's amazing. So you're gonna experiment with the Bong Cloud in this event? Is that what I'm hearing?
Who knows? Who knows? It depends on how memey I'm feeling.
Oh my! Wow, well, that would be something.
It would be great for the TikTok. Just saying.
Yeah, exactly. It would be some good clips and some good content. All right. So Joe was the winner of the quarterfinal match and is moving on to the semifinals. And just real quick, so you do know, and I'll let everyone know right now too. I'll because I know Pox is in here. I'll let everyone know what the matchups are for this upcoming week. While Pox is here, let me find my little poster thing. Okay, so it is so zoomed in. My God. Okay, so real quick, the matchups I have here are going to be, nope, not that screen, this one. Okay, yeah, JoRaul, you're playing against Ksmac3 on Tuesday, and then we have Jack Penguin is going to be playing against Pox. So yeah, Pox, it doesn't seem like he's too happy about that, but well, you're gonna have to play against him eventually if he's the winner. So these are the matchups. The times are still TBD, but I have them both listed as 6 Mountain Standard Time. Some of the competitors may have conflicts with some of these, so they may be adjusted, but this is what I initially put, and we will confirm them. I'll confirm it on Twitter either tomorrow or Tuesday, but this is like the approximate time when it'll be at, and these are the competitors who will be facing off of each other, and the winners will go on to the finals, which will happen the following week. So there will only be 1 match per day in this event, and the format is going to be, I think, slightly different. I have to still confirm what it's going to be. It's still going to be rapid games, but it perchance might be like best of 7, or maybe at an increment, or I still haven't figured out what I want to do yet, but it'll be something like that. Okay. So that's your opponent, which is going to be Ksmac3, who's actually going to be coming in here shortly after this. So we'll be preparing for you to play against him, Joe, and then when we train Pox and Jack, we're preparing them to play against each other. So this is your time, Joe. I'm here to help you in any way you want. So we could either do game analysis together, we could play games together, we could collab with a game against an opponent, we could review openings, we can do like whatever you want to use this time for. If you want my insight into what openings you plan on playing and you want me to help you with them, whatever you want, I'm here to help with. So I want you to guide the lesson. If you don't know what you want to do, I can pick some things for us to do, but I want to make it your time.
Sounds great. I think the first thing I want to ask, because I know that it's a legitimate opening, but it's also become a meme recently. Do you know how to play the Roy Lopez?
I know like the basic main line, but you can only play the Roy Lopez if your opponent lets you play the Roy Lopez. So, can you see my screen right now?
Okay, I'm looking on Twitch. I'm looking at your Twitch stream.
Oh, let me share my OBS so you don't have any lag.
That'd be great.
Or I can also share, I mean, either of these works. Here, I'll share this.
Oh, there we go.
Hide my own screen. Yeah, this is actually better than my OBS because you're going to get to see all the lines and stuff too. So this is going to be better.
Fantastic.
Okay. So, all right. You've used this chess.com analysis board before?
I have.
Great. So this is extremely obviously very helpful for you when you're reviewing your own games and reviewing other people's games. The computer is very helpful. You obviously have the evaluation bar, which you probably know how to use, and then you have these different lines, which are very cool to explore as well. So when you play white, you typically play D4, that's correct? You're playing the London a lot of times, is what I find when I saw your games. Yeah. So
I always play London.
Okay, so if you do want to mix it up in one of your games, which I would encourage if you're comfortable doing so, because it'll put your opponent maybe out of what they're comfortable preparing against you, right? Because they might know to practice against the London. If you learn how to play a different type of opening, it could be to your advantage. But when you play... Oh, what happened there?
So sorry, I think my Discord just crashed.
That's okay. When you could still hear me, right?
Yep, I can.
When you play E4, you are basically at the subject to whatever opening your opponent wants to play. So for example, the most common opening is of course the response E5, but your opponent could also choose to play the Sicilian defense. They could choose to play the French defense, the Caro-Kann defense, the Scandinavian defense. They could play knight c6, the Nimzowitsch defense. They get more flexibility to determine what position comes out of it. Whereas when you play D4, the options are a little more limited. Most of the time people are playing D5 or knight f6, and kind of no matter what your opponent does against D4, you can always play the London system. But against here, you can't always per se play the Ruy Lopez. In fact, you can only play the Ruy Lopez against E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6, and then bishop to b5. So you could prepare this entire line, and like the main line then goes pawn a6, bishop. Like this is what the grandmasters play. You've probably seen this in like some high-level games. Kick out the bishop, and then this only happens if your opponent plays this way. So you can understand the theory behind this opening, but it will only work if you get into this type of position. And I mostly know like the main line type stuff to this. You can also take the knight here. The bishop can come back, and then there's all these lines with like a b5, bishop back to b3. This is a pretty common Ruy Lopez line. You have knight f6, and then play continues from here. But if you play e5, you need to have a plan for other openings. So like I play the Caro-Kann, so you would need to maybe know how to play d4, and then either the exchange Caro-Kann. You know how to play the Caro-Kann from the black side, I think, right?
Right. So I would usually play f3 here.
Okay? So you do not want to play f3 here.
Okay.
You're talking about from White's perspective?
Yeah, from White's perspective.
You typically don't want to play f3. F3 is a little bit so the f pawn you usually don't want to move forward early most of the time because it weakens the diagonal along your king so much. So at any point your opponent will have some sort of like queen h4 checks or just like things to like kind of harass your king a little bit. The better lines to play here are either knight c3 is the main. Knight c3 is usually considered like the main line. I mean, the engine's gonna give all sorts of other random stuff. This is the main line defending your pawn. The advanced Caro-Kann is when you push, which is totally fine if you know how to play this. Those are the two best that I would play if I was playing white here. And then like the main line, if you do this is what I usually play. I'll play knight c3, and then the main line goes something like takes, bishop comes out, and then knight slides back, attacking the bishop, and then bishop retreats. This is usually like the stand. See, it actually says here Caro-Kann defense classical variation. Like this is what I'm very used to playing against. The idea here is your opponent wants to trade. The opponent wants to take. You've learned about the Caro-Kann because you studied this.
Yeah.
Yeah. As black, you want white to take you because then you've basically traded your c pawn for a center pawn, which is good for you because now you have two center pawns as black. It's not winning, but it's like slightly better for black. The computer thinks it totally doesn't matter, but that's the basic idea. You as white don't. You as white, if you're comfortable trading and you know the lines and what to do from here, that's totally fine. But either you would take, you would push, or you would play knight c3, and then you pick which one you're most comfortable with and go from there. then you would need to know how to play against like the French defense. So again, you can also play d4 as the main line, and then you can either play the advanced French defense. You could play knight c3, which is similar to the Caro-Kann. They're very similar structures, except this pawn's here instead of this pawn. Knight c3 and yada yada yada. I don't want to get too much into this unless these are lines you actually want to play. If you want to play the London, we can go over that in more detail. If you want to learn about e4 more, I would just go on YouTube and watch some more videos about it.
That's fair. Yeah. Okay, so if you're playing as black, what do you think is the most deadly thing that you can do against the London? Because from what I understand, it's fairly solid, but I'm worried that somebody might try to pull something.
Okay, so here's how I play against the London, and this is what I would recommend. Against any d4 setup, I play the move knight f6, which is pretty standard, a pretty mainline approach. And this is the London. You could also play d5. It doesn't matter. That's fine if you're more comfortable playing that. You could play either of these first. You can also play e6. Any of those are fine. So these are like your options that I like. I usually play knight f6 because it prevents this pawn from coming to the center. And then we have bishop out. And then I will typically play... you can play e6 or d5. Sometimes I don't like to commit this pawn yet, so I'll play e6 with the idea to play d5 and c5. What you want to keep in mind here, Joe, is you don't ever want to put this knight, the b knight, in front of the c pawn, because the c pawn is a very critical pawn to undermining the structure of the London system. So for example, you will play something like d5, and then when they come to play this pawn, now you're going to play the move c5 to try to chip away at this, which is going to force your opponent typically to defend like this. And you can just keep this pressure here with this pawn. So this pawn is very useful in giving you control of a lot of center space against the London, because the London player typically has like these kind of holes in their position, and you just have two strong pawns in the center. And if they ever take you, so let's just say like knight here, and then if they ever capture you, you just develop your bishop for free. And you can see this is actually good for black. Like, it's slightly better for black because they've given up their center pawn, and you still have a nice center. So if they ever take, you just take and develop a piece for free. And even if they don't want to take, that's fine. You can just look like knight here. You could play your bishop out, and then you can just castle and continue play from there. The issue with the London is there's no weaknesses in the London, so you're not gonna play for a crazy advantage unless your opponent either messes up or isn't active enough with their piece activity. So you're just gonna have to play for your own central space, and then when the time is right, you can eventually break with this pawn in the center, or even lock the center and push these pawns out and play for some queenside space. And
speaking of which, and this has happened before, I think one of the ideas of the London is that you want to move your bishop as white to d3, but what are you supposed to do against, say, for example, c5, if that ends up happening?
So where are we, as white as black, what's the position you want?
As white, we want to move the bishop to d3, and let's just imagine that we were in the same scenario that we were in before, where there are black pawns on d5, e6,
okay, so
and
like,
c5.
Okay, so back to the same position, like here.
Pretty much, yeah.
Here. What's the? Okay, so let's here. Tell me when to stop. I'll just keep making moves. You tell me when you want to stop.
Sure.
Like this bishop you want me to bring out?
Exactly, yeah. Okay. To develop that. Okay. And then what happens if we get something like that pawn that's on c5 to c4? Do we just retreat?
Yep, you can just move your bishop back. Let's see what the engine says. I'm pretty sure you just move bishop back to c2, and yep, the engine agrees. You can move it to e2 too. Yep, you just put it back, and that's it.
Does that kind of like take you down on development? Like, where do you go from there?
Well, remember, your opponent has also spent an extra move moving this piece, so they're moving a piece twice to force you to move a piece twice. So you're not really losing development, right? Like, you guys still have the same amount of pieces out. After they move, let's say, like bishop to d6, like you both have 3 minor pieces and 3 pawns developed. So you're not really losing any development, right? This is totally fine to play like this.
Okay, and then that still puts you in a decent position, I guess.
Yeah, you're still totally fine if all that happens. If here, you're still totally fine here as the London player. It's not a big deal. You could eventually chip away at their pawn structure with a move like b3 if you want to at some point in the future. Typically, like black can do so many different things here. I mean, black could play b6 and put the bishop on this diagonal. If black wanted to, honestly, as black, you can also castle queenside as well. You could do something like d4, d5, and then black could even try to. I mean, I don't like this plan as much, but you can do stuff like here, bring the queen out, and you could even castle queenside, and then black can start flinging the pawns forward. So that's something you can do if you're playing against the London as well, if you want. You can, let's say, like bishop here, doesn't matter, castle here, and then pawn, knight. I'm just making random moves, but you could just go like you could go h5 or like h6 and play for g5 and just start going crazy against the London system on the king side if you want to. And there's so many different game plans you could choose to play against the London. Nothing's gonna just be winning at the highest level, but this could confuse your opponent if they're not used to this. And then you can start pushing forward with stuff on this side of the board with the queenside castle, or you could try to break open the center and have a nice little central attack. Right? There's different ideas you can have here.
Okay, so that makes sense. I guess you just have to play solid chess against the London. There are no real tactics to get behind it, are there?
Yeah, there's no real. That's one of the draws of the London system, is there's no weaknesses per se in the position. You just play the best you can structurally, and you try to complicate things for your opponent. So doing stuff like this and playing with a queenside castle, or playing the move. Some London players just aren't comfortable playing against the move c5 and having this pawn. Some of them will just take you because they'll be nervous. You could actually even play c5 right here, move to. Also, should I remove your camera? Should I assume you're not gonna? I can just.
Oh wait. Oh, sorry. I totally forgot that my camera wasn't still on.
It's okay.
I guess the thing when it restarted. But yeah, sorry. Right.
That's okay. Again. You could play c5 immediately too, and complicate things right away. And again, if white takes you, you just play e6 and take this pawn. And it's very hard. You can't just defend this pawn as white super easily. There's all sorts of a5 stuff in this. Actually, the computer thinks there's something even better here, I think. I don't know what the computer likes. Queen f6. Oh my gosh. Queen f6.
Queen f6.
Queen f. Oh, because the rook is just so you can't even defend the pawn. So you don't have to be worried about losing a pawn. You're not really sacking the pawn. You're gonna win this pawn back, but you could play c6 immediately. You could play c6 turn one. Sorry, c5 turn one against the London. It's called the Benoni defense, which is also kind of a tricky one to play against. And some people just already are what do I do as the London player? It's complicated. Yeah. You can.
Interesting. I guess maybe this would be one of those situations where, as white, you'd want to maybe move the knight to f3 to protect, possibly.
Yeah, you could do that. You can go stuff like knight to f3. You can. They will often take you though. So they will take you, and what'll happen is they'll probably play something like e5 or take a center pawn. E5 is what they recommend, or d5. And then you will lose a center pawn, and they will kick your knight out with tempo, with this. So they'll kick this out.
Could you do something? Let's go back to where they take, right? And you've got the knight defending.
Here
they take, yeah, and then you play queen takes and then queen a4, some sort of standing type thing.
I would play this. It's fine. You can play this way. You're just gonna lose your center pawn, and some London players might not understand what to do here because they've lost the main pawn they put in the center, and black still has two main pawns, and now you go back, and it's just you lost your center pawn but for a flank pawn, and now we will play d5 and d5 and e6, and it'll just be harder for you to have any central presence in a position like this. Yeah.
Interesting.
And then if you defend like this, then black has the move queen. People play this against me, queen a5, which I don't know if the engine really blesses, whatever. But now this is not a defender of the pawn anymore because it's pinned to the king. So there's all these convoluted things. if you put like the bishop here, then they can like go and attack like this. You can go like queen b6 and now attack this pawn. It's just like it's so frustrating. But like this is something you can do to complicate. Like these are things you can look into to complicate what a London player has to deal with, right? Because they're not used to stuff like that. So, do you want to play a game, Joe? And I'd love to see you. Yeah, why don't you play a game and I'll watch you. It can be an be an unrated game if you want it to be, or it can be a whatever.
Sure. Yeah.
You play against someone online.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Unless you want to play with me, but you don't have to.
No, it's sure. I'll do this.
Cause yeah, I want to see you play against someone.
Okay. And I think I am sharing my screen. Yeah. So you'll be able to see.
I can watch it because I'm your friend on chess.com.
Oh, nice. Okay. Also, for the record, during every single one of my games in the tournament, I was drawing arrows like crazy. I just love my arrows.
All right, so maybe I will watch you. Maybe I.
And if you ever see like my mouth just running off during the tournament, that's because I'm often just talking out loud, partially to chat, but mainly to myself about what my moves are and my thought process.
Okay. So.
Okay.
You know what? Let me get. Then I have to. All right. You know what? I'm gonna watch it. No, I'm gonna watch it on here because then I have to redo the cropping of everything again. I'm too lazy to do all that, and I also have to crop in the screen too, the chess screen. I'll watch it from here.
Sounds good.
You can draw your arrows. And you can, yeah.
I'll just talk it through with you.
Sure.
And I'll do a standard.
I want you to basically explain every single move to me that you make.
Okay. Sounds good.
And why you're making it.
10-minute game sound okay, or should I do 5?
Sure. Whatever. Yeah, that's fine. 10 is fine.
Okay, we've got Chester Flamin' Hot Fries. I'm going to start with D4.
Great.
Still playing a London here.
Great. And again, every move after this move, I want you to tell me why you're making it. Okay.
Game aborted.
Nah, we'll watch another one. They were scared. They were too scared to play against you.
The sheer power of D4.
Mm-hmm.
Either that or they were just really annoyed that I was playing the most boring opening in chess history.
Potentially, but you could play the Queen's Gambit from this position.
That's true.
I actually like the Queen's Gambit. Yeah. I like D4, C4.
Great series.
Yeah. In fact, you could actually mix it up against your opponent too. When you play against them, you could play the Queen's Gambit. We could review how to play that opening. I love that opening. I played it for a long time.
I would actually really love to learn how to play the Queen's Gambit. I think it's good stuff.
We can do a basic intro after your game. Did you find another opponent?
I did indeed.
All right, let's get it.
And they just blundered their queen on move 2. Okay. We're starting a new game.
All right. Maybe
take 3.
Or maybe we should just play against each other.
Sure. Yeah, that's good.
All right, just challenge me. I'm gonna play some different things against you, and I just want to see how you react to them. I might not play the best line, but I'm gonna play some different things.
Okay. Sounds great.
Okay. I won't do anything crazy.
Sorry, I can't believe. Right. Right. There's Nick Daru and Nick Daru fan from
Just Nick
India.
Daru, not Nick Daru fan. Yeah. That's spectacle. Yeah. He actually is really good at chess. He's better than me, I think, at chess. He's really, really good.
I absolutely love that. That's what they went with. Is their name?
He won for our first ever tournament, I think, with that account back in like the beginning of 2021. We did a chess tournament.
No way.
Yeah, it's over 2 years ago, or about 2-ish years ago, and he won the tournament. Do you actually want to play as white or black specifically? Do you want to play a certain color?
I don't care. Honestly, I need more practice with black.
Okay. Do you want me to play D4 or E4 against you? What would you like to play against?
Just give me whatever you want.
Whatever
Mix
I want.
up. I want to be taken by surprise.
I will play E4.
Okay.
Great. And we're gonna play the Carl Con. So now there's different options I can do here. I can play D4, which is the main line. So I'll just play the main line. We'll try this out.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to play Knight C3, which is what I reviewed with you.
Right, Knight C3. I am going to play. I have a couple different ideas for lines that I want to play here.
Okay.
There's one that I've been meaning to try out, which is not a main line, but it is this.
Interesting. Okay.
Reason for that being because then you can move your bishop to f7, get it on a very active flank, potentially targeting that rook in the future, and you can fianchetto and then castle fairly easily.
Okay. All right. So I'm just gonna play bishop f4 here.
Okay. Is that a
Thank you, someone who
threat? I
hates
mean, you
you
could
for the follow.
aim to
What's
go
going on?
there.
What
I mean, you
up?
could might just take with rook. Could push that, takes and then takes. Okay, I'm just gonna see that as not too much of a threat, and I'm just gonna continue with my plan as usual.
Great. It's a fine move. Okay. I'm gonna play queen d2.
Okay, queen d2. Okay. There is a common adage, which is knights on the rim are pretty dim.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't really want to go f6 either, because then that's blocking in. Actually, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, that's a nice move. Now, also what you could have done there as well, you can actually, I think this works. So if you go back one move before you play that knight move, you could have taken my pawn on e4. If I recapture with the knight, you now have two things staring at my center pawn on d4, and actually you could take it with either the queen or the bishop. Probably the queen is what I would take. And then I might have to take, I could, if I don't take your queen, I have to be worried about you taking my b2 pawn. I might even take your queen, and then you just give up a pawn. So
that's true. Yeah.
always think about what the resulting position will be after a capture is made. So at every single turn, you always have to think about what's going to be the position if I capture on e4. His knight's going to move, and then okay, there's now a new opening on this d4 square where I can win a pawn. But your move is totally fine; it doesn't blunder anything, or it's not wrong or anything.
Yeah, I really like that idea actually.
Yeah.
With the capture there.
But now I could play like let's go. I could play like e5 now.
Right. Okay, so I have to think this through a little bit because my instinct is to just say, oh, knight e4. But then your knight takes back, and then I move my d5 pawn to capture on d4, and you've got a pretty commanding center. If I move my knight to g4, that doesn't do anything for me because everything is protected there, and it's just going to get threatened on the next move. So it's I could go. Okay, danger levels. Is there anything that I can threaten you with? Not really. G5 is not a threat because that's not a protected pawn. Can't do G6 with bishop because then you just take back. So maybe the best move here is just to go E4 and then trade off that knight and afford you a little bit of extra center space. Mm-hmm. But in return, I can use the bishop.
Okay.
I know D7's also there, but
I don't like this move very much, but that's okay. What's going to happen is after I trade knights with you, your pawn is now going to be kind of a target here in the center. Also, you've now opened up my ability to play C3. Typically in the Caro-Kann, especially in the advanced Caro-Kann, eventually you're going to want to play the move C5 to undermine my D4 pawn. Usually what you do, either C5 or at a really high level you play F6, but with the way you played it, you wouldn't play F6 here, but C5 is a very common idea to undermine the D4 pawn. And because you put the knight here, I might have honestly wanted to put the knight. You could have even put the knight on H5, and it would have been fine.
H5.
Yeah, H5 would have been fine. I think, or does it get trapped? No, it doesn't get trapped because you can always take my bishop. Yeah, you could put your knight on h5, or even back to d7 is not like the end of the world. But okay, so yeah, take. This is fine. I'm going to just keep developing my pieces. I'm actually going to castle queenside to pose complications for you.
Okay. I'm gonna castle kings, or should I delay castling? Let me think about all my options first. Queen d5. What can you play against that? I mean, you could play c4. You could also, no, the best move there would probably be b3, and then I can't get that pawn in the corner. Could play bishop c5, which protects that hanging pawn. Or maybe bishop c6, then queen d5, targeting that pawn in the corner, threatening something on that front. Yeah, maybe that's the way to go. But that's a hope move. That's playing hope chess, because if I go there, then you could just slide that one pawn forward. I take back. Then we're getting into an exchange. You've got your rook lined up on that file. No, let's just play it safe.
I like that you're thinking about what I'm going to do instead of just what you're going to do and then how that'll help you. That's a good way to think about it. So I'm always thinking about, if I make this move, what's my opponent's best move going to be? And if it just is something that's super powerful, I have to play more reactively, or you have to really consider that. So I think that's a great, what you did was smart. Castling is totally fine. What if I play h4 here?
h4. Okay. Giving that bishop an escape square. Nice.
So
threatening...
h4 is threatening h5.
Okay, h5. And then you could potentially open up the center like that. Open up the king like that, and then my bishop is basically pinned with a queen move. Okay, h6 is not a good move because bishop takes, queen slides in, I'm in a world of hurt, potentially. Obviously g5 is not a good option either. Maybe h5. Danger levels. Could go c4, threatening the rook, but then you play f3. I take with my e-pawn. You take with your g2 pawn. I take with bishop, still maintaining the threat on that rook. Actually, that works out.
Okay. Now, what if I played f3 here? Did you calculate f3?
Yeah, f3.
And what will you do if I play f3? Will you slide the
f3,
bishop back?
e3.
f3, e3.
Mm-hmm.
f3, e3. But then don't I just take your e3 pawn?
You take my e3 pawn with your g2 pawn, and then I take with bishop, maintaining the threat on the rook.
Oh, you're saying... Right, but this square is also defended by the knight. Right?
Oh, no, I didn't see that. Okay, yeah.
It's okay.
Oh, he's still back there. Yeah, I did not see that.
It's all right. So if I do play this, you still should definitely take it.
Yeah. I've just lost tempo.
Yeah, and I can take with the pawn. I might even take with my knight to develop another piece, and because my g pawn, I don't know. I kind of like having the g pawn. It might be more useful in my attack. So I'm gonna just voice what I'm thinking about really quickly. My idea here is to play h5. h5 is a good move because you have made a pawn pyramid with your pawn structure. h5 is going to allow me to chip away at that pawn structure, which in your case I would recommend not capturing with your g-pawn. You don't want to ruin it. You'd rather me take you, and then you would take maybe with like your f-pawn, and at least it would open your rook up, and your king still has a couple pawns in front of it. Anyway, what I'm considering now is my g-pawn more useful in the g-file, or is it more useful in the f-file? Is my knight better? Is it better to spend this move developing my knight? I don't get a tempo on your bishop, but I do get my knight into the game, and I might want this pawn here. So even though this does win me a tempo, I might actually just take with the knight here. and develop a piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have an idea for this, which is Queen D5. One, because it's threatening your bishop, your knight, and if you take back with G2, Queen takes on F3, and I've got
you have
line of sight.
Yep, that would happen. And what if I played? If you played Queen D4? If you play Queen D5, what if I played Bishop E2 and just defend my piece and develop another piece?
If you play Bishop,
are you happy with your Queen? I'll play Bishop E2, so I'll defend my knight a second time. And then, are you happy now with your Queen being on this square in the center of the board? Or
I am, because I have line of sight with A2. And if you don't create an escape square for your king, then that's a checkmate opportunity there.
That's correct. Yeah, you're making 2 threats by going Queen D5. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's nice. That's not a bad move. Very nice. That might have been top engine move, honestly. So attacking A2 and putting pressure over on the knight, which I kind of like. Okay. We can go frickin' crazy here. I could do some wild stuff, but okay, I think I'll just play King D1 and offer to let you take the pawn back for some increase in development. Because what's going to happen is if you decide to take my knight, you'll take the knight, you'll take the pawn. My bishop will develop for free, hitting your queen, and I have a lot of piece activity basically, and that's what I'm saying is my compensation for giving a pawn back.
Great.
Yep.
That's that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, no, I think that's honestly, and then we're just kind of transitioning into like a mid game from there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're hitting my queen.
The question is, which way do I want to bring this bishop? I can go bishop E2. I can go bishop G2. I feel like bishop E2. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I don't even want to put my bishop there. Maybe I just want to play like bishop D3. That's probably better for my attack. Or bishop C4. Those both might be better for my attack. Yeah, even though it hits your queen, I kind of just want to set my bishop up to fire the cannons. So, we'll play bishop C4.
Okay. Terrifying.
And I'll just let your queen look silly in my position.
Yeah, my queen.
This also takes away your queen's retreat square too.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
So this is okay. I've got to go through my options here. Whew.
Yep. You just gotta always be aware. What if I play like rook F1? Is your queen trapped? Well, you still have queen E4, so you still have some options to get out. You also would have queen G4. So, but you're fine. Just something extra to think about for each move.
B5 is telling the bishop to get out of the way, because it doesn't have any squares that it can go to other than back to B3, and it's just kind of harassing it a little bit. And at least it gets it out of the way, but the problem is that you're on that file that my king is on, which I don't like. I'm not a fan. What I could do is
go ahead.
Move my... Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, you also have B5, which is actually a pretty reasonable move. B5 starts your pawn expansion into my position. So because I castled queenside and you castled kingside, your idea eventually is going to be to storm with these queenside pawns. And this gives you a free move, basically. It forces me to move my bishop back a square, and it will help with your pawn expansion. So I think that's a solid move and what you want to be thinking about. Because you don't need to be reactive right now. There's no threat on anything of yours.
Okay.
So that's a great move. And I'm just going to make a quick move. Like, you see also now we're both getting low on time. When you get low on time and there's easy moves to make, like this is an easy move for me to make, there's no reason for me to calculate and spend time thinking about this. I'd rather spend time on the moves that are more important. So yeah, here you're not being threatened, but you do want to think of your game plan. So yeah, for you moves like A5, knight to D7, rook to the open file, these are the kinds of things you want to think about, getting your pieces to active squares.
That was actually the move that I was thinking of doing right off the bat. D7, so that I can start pushing pawns and storm the king on the queen side.
Sure, yeah.
With the pawns.
Okay. I'm gonna play H5 and continue with my idea here and see what you do in response.
I don't want to take because that will destroy my pawn structure in the center.
Yep.
What I will do is maybe push C5 because if takes, then takes threatening, and I'm starting to chip away at your pawn structure.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I like that. C5 is a very nice move. All right, I think I am. Oh my! All right. Maybe I'll just play C3 and defend my pawn in the center.
C3 to defend pawn. Okay.
Sure.
If I push, then I'm. Oh wait, there's almost no. I mean, that just forces. Oh, but then that forces the bishop to C2, which launches an even bigger attack on that piece. But you know what? That's okay. I'm running low on time.
Huh. Okay. So you're locking my. Okay, I see. So all right, I'll just make a. I'll just go bishop. Okay, interesting. I would have also liked to. B4 would have been a sweet move too. Continuing to undermine all my pawns and like really questioning everything. But yes, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine too. Nice. Okay, you have the right idea. Now I'm gonna take your pawn here, and I want to see how you can blitz your moves out now. I want to see how you're thinking with low time. Okay. Yeah. So let's go rook f1 here. Let's see. I might hang some pieces. You never know.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
So you're gonna hang maybe your queen there. All right.
Is what it is.
That is what it is. Just take your time. Okay, nice. All right. We're gonna go bishop here. Okay, we'll take this. That's okay.
Yeah.
So you're struggling a little bit on time. That's all right. And it's okay. It's okay. It's honestly playing that fast is very challenging to do. But it is important as you get to the end of your game. Sometimes, I mean, that happens very often, especially to me. I use all my time just like we just did in every single game I play, and I'm always the one behind on time. So it becomes important to learn how to play a little bit faster at the end there, but that's fine.
Yeah. I've been actually, I have been doing, and I know it's not good because who plays chess like that? But I've been playing 1 minute with 1 second increment games a lot just on my breaks at work.
That's fine.
It's fun. I know it's not the best way to study, but
it helps you when you're lower on time, and it is a skill. If you don't ever play those time formats, you never learn how to play with lower time on the clock. So it helps with your quick thinking skills, and although it's not going to make you better at chess, it'll make you better at playing with low time. So I think it is important to play some amount of lower time control. I think the primary version is still best for learning for playing slower, but I think it's totally fine to incorporate some faster games. Do you want to do another online one against someone else?
Let's give it a try. Let's see what happens.
Let's try another.
Hopefully this time we don't have the person who blunders and.
Yeah, let's see if we can get you a game against someone. I want to see how you're playing against someone at your level.
Oh, this is rated apparently. I don't know why.
That's fine. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. All right. Well, the pressure's on.
That's totally fine.
I care way too much about that little number.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, so you blitzed this move out. You spent 1.5 seconds playing this move. I would have maybe just thought another 4 or 5 seconds about that one. It's not a bad move, but just be like, okay, my opponent didn't play the main line with d4. Just want to make sure that I have enough things defending my pawn, because they do have 2 things attacking your pawn in the center. Same with this move. You can take more time. You have 10 minutes. Like you can take. I would say spend at least 5 seconds per move. 5 seconds.
5 seconds per move.
Also,
Okay.
if they didn't play a3 there, what are you playing if they play pawn e5?
If they didn't, then I'd take with C, and then take with
C. Wait, what? No, you can't take
C6.
No, let's say they play on move 4. They're playing pawn e5,
Oh, okay, right. Sorry.
and now you have to move your knight again.
That's right.
And really, like the options are limited for your knight. It's tough to move your knight here. Like you can either move to the edge of the board, where it could be a target eventually too, or you move it to d7, which is blocking the development of your bishop. So the knight there might not be the thing you want to develop first.
Right. Yeah,
and you
fair.
can, but
We've got a threat on the knight.
also it seems like you really like to play g6 in the Caro-Kann, which is not standard. Is there a reason you do that?
Yeah, there is. It's just because, in all honesty, I learned one really gambity line, where if the opponent brings out their knight in the right way, they can try to take it, and then you can just kind of play some fun stuff with that.
Okay.
But that's basically my reason.
After this game is done, we need to review the Caro-Kann again. Because this bishop serves a different role in the Caro-Kann. It typically doesn't go to this g7 square. You want to use it to reinforce your c pawn pushes, which typically you do to undermine white's pawn structure. We'll look at it again after this game. Everything you've done so far has been fine, though. What do you think your opponent's going to play here? What do you think their best move is?
Well, after this, I think their best move would probably be to try to take my my pawn on e5.
I don't know what the hell this move is by them. I don't like this.
I don't either.
I'm gonna turn off my. For some reason, the evaluation's automatically on here. I'm gonna turn it off so I don't see it. But I don't know why they did this.
I guess the engine doesn't like that.
No, this is a great position for you. I don't need the engine to tell you this, to tell you that. Okay, you have to be very careful. So I would have taken that f pawn that they just put there potentially, because they can play f5 even too and come in to your position. I don't. What are these moves this person's? All right, well I have to remember this person's 750. This is like the most. This position is so bizarre.
It doesn't seem standard.
There's so much pressure on everything. No one's taking anything. There's just all these pieces that can be captured. Oh my god. So every move you have to consider what happens if you capture every single piece and what all your opponent's response are. So if you capture on f4, okay, your opponent captures back with a knight. Can I then do anything in response to that? If I capture on e4, let's say my opponent responds by capturing on e5, like instead of taking my pawn back, like there's just a lot going on here.
There is, and I'm not gonna help by making this move.
That's a fine move.
I do
actually. I like that
I
move.
do like the tension.
No, I love that move. That lines your rook up with their king, and their king is terrible. I mean, their king can't castle anywhere. Your position is so good.
Takes there, then takes there.
I want you to start capturing things because you want to capture when your king is safe and their king is exposed. So by breaking the center, it's going to benefit you, right? Because their king is in the center of the board. And actually, in this position, if you take, it leaves them not only with the king in the center, but an isolated pawn. Okay, well, that works too. That actually works. That's a lovely move. You attack their bishop. Oh my goodness.
You just kind of have to like try to punish them a little bit. Okay.
So what are you doing in response to this? What is your initial idea?
My initial idea was, because I feel like I'm in a much stronger position, try to trade off the queens, and that will also help centralize my c-pawn. But that's not the only move that I have available. I've got... I don't have any checks.
Right, you don't want to put your queen in the light squares because it lines up with your opponent's light square bishop. If you do bring your queen to d5 for a trade, you just want to think about what the resulting position is if they trade your queens. So if they trade queens and then take the pawn on e5, And then you take with your knight, they take with their pawn. Their king is very exposed. You do have an isolated pawn on d5 that they can target, which isn't terrible because you're still winning in development. You're winning in king safety.
You have an idea. What about b6? b6 because I still have my Darkseer bishop alive, and I can start lining up an attack maybe for f2 on the king eventually.
You could play b6.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I want to trade off quite yet. That's
you're the attacker too, so even if you are up a pawn or two, you don't always need to trade. Your queen might be more valuable than their queen still. So
I'm also thinking I could just win a pawn right now by going e3 with my knight, which also has the side effect of targeting their queen, and that would allow me to take
e3.
Yeah. This is kind of what I'm thinking, and that also removes. Well, that's just hanging now, isn't it?
Oh, c3.
Yeah, sorry, c3.
Nice. Yep, you just picked up a pawn. Very nice. And this is also a good square for your knight because your knight can now retreat to either b5 or d5, which is on a square defended by a pawn. And actually, d5 is an outpost, which means no pawn can ever kick it out, right? So that's a juicy square for the knight to live on. Also, was their knight not just hanging? Could you not have just taken their knight here? Could you not have pawn just takes on d4?
Could have.
Previous move?
That's so true.
Yeah, so
you're right.
You spent 6.5 seconds on this move. So you want to just take your time. This is a very complex position. So this is the point in the game when you want to spend the most time. There's a lot of tactics happening, and your opponent did just blunder a knight there, and we missed it.
And I've also got Discover Check.
Nice. That's beautiful. There you go. And your opponent is just getting obliterated. The queen covers the whole diagonal. This is a good diagonal for your queen because it shuts off that escape area for the king.
So this is also technically an intermezzo because I can take the queen on the next move instead of just capturing it immediately like I had originally intended.
Yeah, this is just completely crushing.
Yeah, that's, there you go. GG's. Actually, there might be... Let me see if I can find a nice mate here. Can I do a queen sack somehow? No, I'm just going to play it simple.
My God, this dude trying to get fancy.
No, this is just completely winning for black. Yeah. Now that the queen's off the board.
Right. And just because you're winning, don't get cocky. Just play very stable, play a very solid structure, and just take your time.
Okay. I'm going to try to simplify a little bit. So I'm going to opt for a trade.
That's a great move. Might have been the best move on the board.
Also, when they take, I'm also targeting their bishop on g5. Okay.
You have some crazy moves here you can make.
Let's see if I can do something here. I've got queen f2 check.
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Targets that. I've also got the simpler d8 check as well. But I like having my queen be a bit more active, so I'm going to go ahead and do the f2 check.
That's a great move. This queen is just a powerhouse. You're just targeting so many things. You're also defending your f pawn, which is nice.
Okay, what do we have here? Ooh, okay, hang on a second.
And now we're
Knight d3, rook takes, bishop is looking at that line, queen moves b2, checkmate, and you're sacking the knight.
But how is it checkmate on queen b2? How is the queen getting to b2 if the knight's in the way?
Oh, you're right. How's the queen getting
and
to
also,
b2 if the knight's in the way?
Yeah.
That one was a bit of a miscalculation.
Okay.
I have a blind spot for knights on the back rank.
It's all right.
Clearly. Well, at least I can... Okay, let's think a little bit here.
Just get all
I'm just gonna...
Remember, you have 13 points of material that's not really playing the game. So
That's true.
just activate more pieces, right? Your opponent has pieces that are also not playing the game. If you can take advantage, even if you're down material, it's totally reasonable that your opponent, or in this case, you're up material. If your opponent plays like rook F1 and gets all their pieces activated, if you just have 2 rooks that are not doing anything, or like a rook and a bishop, it doesn't matter if you're up material if you're not using that extra material, right? And that's how you win games from behind. You activate all your pieces and try to restrict your opponent's pieces as much as possible.
Okay. Let's start bringing out our pieces here. I'm gonna start playing a little bit faster as well.
That's a nice move. You can also remember that now your opponent's G2 pawn is hanging because the knight moved. You also have moves like C5 with the pawn, trying to rip into your opponent's position. And is other stuff of your opponent's hanging now too? Is anything like looking loose in the position?
Well, you've got that G2 pawn that's hanging.
So there's a G2 pawn hanging. There's also a knight that's looking a little loose, maybe the one that they just moved.
That
And
is an
then
option.
You also have to be aware that your rook is hanging as well. It's not hanging, but it's being threatened as an exchange. It's been just actually kind of getting threatened for the last couple turns. So. Okay, this is fine. This is an okay move. You're doing fine. Okay. They saw the knight was hanging. They moved it back.
That's good. That's good. I was just about to throw my other knight onto D8 before realizing. All right, I'm gonna loosen up my position just to... Ooh, should I? Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, you blocked your own bishop in now. So now your bishop is shut out of the game. That's the issue with that move. And you're gonna have to spend another move playing F5 at some point, which will just allow your opponent's bishop to come right back into the game. If you play G5, your bishop's really shut out of the game. So you've kind of locked one of your own pieces in jail by making that move. So just be careful when you play moves like F6 when you have a Fianchetto bishop.
Okay. Threatening my queen.
Yeah, I'm working your queen go. Remember what was hanging before?
Oh, that's right.
There you go. Just gotta be careful your queen can't get trapped. Is there anything else you can capture?
Yep, there is. So I'll go ahead and capture that.
Nice.
Okay, if I was my opponent, where would I go? Okay, if I play that, they're in check, they have to take, then I take back with my rook, but then the issue is that...
Remember, if you move your rook, your bishop is defended by the queen. So there's still a piece defending your bishop. If you move
Right, okay, that's true. So let's just start simplifying and get to an end game.
You don't want to do, because now you're sacrificing a rook. I guess you win the knight back. You just gotta, yeah. It's tough because you're low on time. So now if your rook takes, their rook takes, you do win the knight at the end of this, but you are losing a bit. You're losing an exchange. Oh, I guess near not really, because after okay, because yeah, they had 2 pieces hanging, but now they can move their knight out of the way. Interesting. This is a tough one to calculate. Is their knight still hanging? Okay. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Oh, you just hung your queen.
Oh no! Oh no!
You gotta think a little more, Joe. They didn't even see it.
Yes!
Now you can. I'm not gonna.
Okay,
tell you.
watch me take b4. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my god.
That
is
unbelievable. Okay, all right. Let's just pin that bishop where it is, and we'll deal with it later.
All right. You gotta be careful. Love that move. That was a great move. Now your bishop is back in the game, and you can actually take that knight. It's not even defended because the other knight's pinned.
Yep.
So if you take it, it's a free knight. Nice. Now use your opponent's time to think.
Yeah.
Right?
So what I'm thinking is if they go e8 and I go f7, or if they play something like that, well, I can do this.
Let's see what you do here.
And then put some pressure on that.
Okay, let's say they go rook e2. What are you going to do?
Rook e2?
Yep, what are you doing? Think fast.
Then I go
You can go queen b1, and then you check them, and then the king is no longer a defender of the knight, or it would go in front of the knight and then you take the knight. So you have some ideas like that, and that's actually maybe even checkmate or close to checkmate. What if they go rook takes b7 pawn? Then what are you doing?
Rook takes b7 pawn. Then I just take back with the king.
Nice.
Oh, we're down on time.
Yeah, I guess they didn't do either of them.
So I'll take that with an intermezzo.
Wait, you didn't take it? Wait, you didn't take anything.
Oh, sorry, I'm check them and then later take.
So you could have taken the knight directly there. I guess this works too. This is actually kind of a nice idea. I like your move even better because now the king moves to the second rank, and now you take the knight with check. This is brilliant.
Heck, yep.
You just played a brilliant move, brilliant idea there. Very nice.
Okay, now we just do a little chase.
That's fine. Queen f2 might have been a little bit stronger, but that's still fine.
Okay. Now, is there any... Nope. Let's not get ourselves into trouble.
Yes.
Don't hang the queen
Bishop
again.
d5. Get all the pieces into the attack. Very smart.
Okay. I gotta start setting something up here. If takes them to... Ooh, I'm running low on time too. I am slightly switching up my game plan here. I'm going to try to push for queen.
You don't need to do that. You can win with one queen. You can win with this position. So this is what has
in 36 seconds.
Yes, you 100% can. It's probably like mate in 4, honestly, if you can find it. So think about it. Your queen has a lot of checks here. You have queen e2, queen c2. Okay, nice. Now you can go bishop g2 and get the bishop in. That works too. And now, yeah, do you see it? Okay. Okay, but now the bishop can block.
That's true.
Then it's checkmate, I think.
Let me get the bishop off the board.
Oh my god.
Why did I do
what
that?
are you doing? Oh no.
What am I doing?
Now we're going to king h6. You had to take with the queen. It's all right. You're doing great.
Let's just go here.
Oh my god. Be super careful here.
I know I have to be.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh, it was mate. I think.
Did I miss mate?
You there? What do you wait? What is happening in this game? We'll review. We'll look at this after. Wait, you just come in with your queen. You can mate him. You don't need to push a pawn. You're not gonna have time to do this. You're not. Oh my goodness! All right, wow, you got it! Wow, I think you could, but you could have done that before. You could have just put your queen on f4 and then brought it down. that was a game, all right. That was a game for sure. I mean, you know what? You got there. Wow. All right. Respect. My goodness. All right, really quick. We'll take a look at. I wonder if. I don't think Ksmac3 joined yet, did he? Okay, no, we still have a few more minutes. So real quick, you can see my screen hopefully still.
Yes, I can. I'll pull it up.
So,
you can just take your time, by the way. I'm just watching.
Okay, cool. We're just gonna analyze this one thing quick.
Ksmac3.
Smack. I didn't know if you were in here yet.
I've just been watching.
Hell yeah.
Time. So.
All right. So in the Caro-Kann, I would personally recommend not playing the knight here because of e5. You also could technically take. And this is actually going to be better for you if you take in this position because, again, their king, look at how weak their king is now, right? Your f-pawn is still intact, and they've lost a very critical pawn in their position. This is actually good for you. But this is fine. And also because once you take, it's easier to this pawn is in the way of you developing your bishop. Usually the light square bishop like comes here or something, and now you could at least like bring it and wrap it around or something like this. Or actually you could just put it right here right now. This is like where you want to put your bishop somewhere around here. Sorry, not there. What am I saying? I thought the king was over here. Hold on. Where does it okay, this is just such a no one ever plays f3 against the Caro-Kann, so I'm just so confused, right? This is already so weird. Like no one plays this way. This bishop typically likes to go, what usually happens here is something like this, or like, and I don't know why'd they play f3 c3 on the second move. This is so bizarre.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the main line is like you're supposed to take on e4 with your pawn, just regular, right?
So the main, no one plays this really on the second move. I mean, that I've played against. The computer says it's fine, but usually you play the second pawn here, or you would play knight, or you play knight f3 maybe or something like that. But, okay.
Weird move.
Yeah, you play here. This is fine. And the reason you don't play here is the opponent has played this completely wrong, because usually this pawn is in the center and this pawn reinforces it. The idea with the Caro-Kann is you play e6 and eventually c5, and usually this bishop reinforces this c5 pawn. So if your opponent does play the standard way against the Caro-Kann and they play like this, the eventual idea is you put your bishop out, okay, and then let's just say like knight f3, and then eventually you're gonna play for the move, let's just say like bishop here, whatever. You're eventually going to play this move c5, and you want the bishop here to reinforce the move c5 and apply a ton of pressure on this pawn. Then when they go to reinforce their pawn with a move like this, then you'll continue applying pressure to that pawn, right? And then you go like queen b6, and like you want to keep applying pressure onto this pawn here as much as possible. Thank you for the huge raid from Kelsbells. I really appreciate that. Let me give you a shout out. I thank you so very much. That is so amazing.
Let's go, Kels.
Yes, we're doing some chess right now with JoRaul here, and Ksmac3 will be joining us momentarily. We're just reviewing a game we just played together with him. Thank you so much. This is a huge raid. I really appreciate that so much. Oh my gosh. I think I follow Kelsbells already. I'm almost positive I do. I 100% follow Kels. Thank you so much for the huge raid. Thank you for Saga for following. My name's Nick Daru. We do a lot of chess on this channel. We also play a variety of other games, and right now we're in the middle of a tournament series on our channel, the Pog Legends Chess Streamer Tournament. JoRaul, who we're reviewing his game right now, is one of the semi-finalists in the event, and we're just training everyone a little bit in the semi-finals to help prepare them for their upcoming games. Thank you so much for the subscription, Saga Genesis. That's huge. Thank you so much. And Whoa Bad, thank you for following. Oh my god, thank you very much. I definitely said that wrong. You can totally correct me however way you please. This Joe is typically what it's going to look like in like the typical Caro-Kann. Because your opponent played the way they did, what you did is totally fine with fianchettoing the bishop the way you did it. It's not it's totally fine, because you don't need this bishop here anymore, because you usually don't put the knight here as white. So this is fine. Everything you did here is great. I liked all this. Like, you can see your position is plus 13. Like, there's probably mates looming very soon, to be honest, in a position like this. Like, now it's minus 17. I think you blundered like one knight at one point, but that was not a big deal. I just want to go way to the end.
That.
Yeah, I want to go to the end.
Queen
here.
blunder was just, I don't know what I was thinking.
That's fine.
Well, I wasn't thinking.
You played you
that?
played this move in I think just like a few seconds. You played it very quickly. So you just always think about what's defending your pieces. You saw it immediately after, so I knew you saw it. In the end here, you have the king here in a corner, and you have these bishops eyeballing these diagonals. So you have a lot of different ways you can progress from here. You can go things like queen c2, and then force the king down, and then bring your queen in like to queen g2. You could also play a move such as queen f1, which gets your queen in, threatening mate and also threatening this bishop. So you're threatening multiple things with one move right here.
Right.
And it's okay if you need to spend. I know you only have 46 seconds on the clock, But because it's so close to mate, it's okay to spend an extra 5 seconds or so if you think mate is close and you just want to calculate to make sure you can get the mate, because you won't need the extra time if you can win. Like this game went on another 15 moves, but it could have been done in maybe about 3 or 4 moves after moves such as this. But there was like a little bit of like shuffling the pieces around and then even here,
that would have been mate.
This
wouldn't it?
is mate in 1 right here actually with the queen defended by the pawns, which is fine.
Right.
But you have 28 seconds. Like you can spend time and you can see that if you just take your time. And I know you're playing quick because you were low on time, but like, and then here this is also mate in 1, taking with the queen.
Mate, yeah.
Yep. That's okay. And you allow the king to get in here. And now you want to go like king g8 maybe or something like that. You played out here, but you want to go here and then if they come in here, this is also mate. I'm pretty certain if you go over there. They go in here, but now if you go here, they have an escape square. This is such an awkward position with this king in your pieces like this. It's very weird. I think you have like queen here, and then if they go back, this might even. I guess they could take the pawn. It's a very weird. But what you did was fine here at the end. You did a great game.
My brain, when I'm down to like 15 seconds, just goes full Neanderthal mode, which is push pawn, push pawn. Yeah.
So what I would review is you played the London system beautifully when you showed me, like in the games that you played already, you've already played that system beautifully and you seem like you know exactly what to do in that system. So I think that was great. I would review your games the same way we kind of did briefly here, except look at every single move and look at what the engine says and look at what you've done this, I think, already. I would just review your games like with this analysis board. I would revisit the Karakan opening if that's something you want to employ and look at the other ideas of the opening.
Sure.
And then also I would consider one other mix-up option that we don't have to talk about here, so you can keep your prep a secret. But we talked a little bit about some e4 pawn openings as white, and you can consider some other mix-ups to keep people on their toes against you. You know, so that's what I'll leave you with, Joe. And then you're good. Use your 1 game review every day to get more details, and you should be good. You've had definitely the biggest improvement out of any player so far who has played in the event, I think.
Well, thank you. Honestly, it's been a lot of fun getting back into the game, and just giving it a shot. Can't wait for Tuesday.
Me too. And we're looking forward to having you. All right.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, and also hello to Ksmac as well. Smack, good to see you.
Oh, good to see you too.
All right.
All right. Take care.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Adios. Real quick
Bye.
in the chat. Thank you again, Kels, for the raid. I'm gonna shout out JoRaul too, so you guys can follow him if you want to. JoRaul streams. Yes, we do both know Nate. That's how I think Kels Bells and I know each other, is through the Third Knight, who is a legendary streamer. Thank you for everyone who came in with Kels. We got Tabash and Bawab. Oh my, I can't say this name. Wabadiah. Oh my gosh.
No, dude, that's the name I'd struggle with too. Like, 100%. I don't blame you.
Nate, thanks, Smack. Nate was on Deal or No Deal, and I was his phone a friend. Yes! Oh, you were the phone a friend. I do remember him phoning a friend, and I didn't know that was you. That's awesome. Smack, you are welcome to share cam if you want to, but you're not required to. It's up to you if you want or not. It's whatever you're interested in doing. Cool. I'll pull you up in a moment.
I'm just in PJs and a sweatshirt because I'm tired.
Kels, do you play chess at all? Are we going to invite you to the next chess event? You're welcome
Kels
to
is the next Pug Legends tournament.
Yeah,
winner.
Kels Bells, you playing? It's crazy. I'm bad. No. Everyone's. I play Sudoku. Yeah, you must be goated at chess if you play Sudoku. I have other events that are happening similar to this. I mean, I'd love to have you in a future like streamer event. This event has like 16 other streamers in it. Everyone is very low rated at chess, and like these are all the streamers that are playing it, that were playing in it. Most 3/4 of them have been eliminated at this point, but just a big streamer. I actually invited Nate, but Nate like didn't get back to me for weeks, and then I like reached out to him on his stream, and then or like on Twitter or something. He's like, dude, I'm sorry, I've been really busy with like work or school or whatever. And I was like, all right, dude, no worries. I felt bad. I wanted to get him to play in it, but he didn't get back to me. But when we do another big streamer event, I'm gonna keep you in mind. You're welcome to to check out our to join our Discord. And I can ping you about anything, because we're doing other events that are like streamer stuff, related stuff in February and March and whatnot. We'd love to get you in on some things. I just flew out and visited him. That's sick. I saw you one time on one of Nate's streams, but this was maybe months ago. I think. I feel like I saw you guys on a stream together, so that's pretty cool that you just visited him again. He can't play chess anyways. Don't let him fool you. And neither do a lot of the people in this event. So it's just for fun, you know. It's just casual. Everyone's like below 1,000 rated. People are very chill. Some people just made accounts for the first time. It was a kind of a casual event. Smack, I don't want to take up any of your time, more of your time. We want to get you right into your thing here. We have a lesson for you. Smack, of course, had qualified for the semifinals as well in the Pog Legends chess tournament. We're going to give him a shout out, and we are going to do some learning today. You're actually playing against JoRaul on Tuesday.
Oh, bet.
So I announced all that just today, just before you got in here. So he will be your competition. I'll pull up I had the poster somewhere, but it's gone now. Whatever, I'll show it later, I guess, or I'll look for it.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, and so yeah, you guys are gonna play. I still have to. There it is. I still have to confirm the time and everything to finalize it. I think he said he actually had something. Maybe I need to push it out half an hour or an hour. Is it a big deal to you if I did push it out like 30 minutes to an hour for this time?
I'm off that day, so just whatever.
Okay, because I think he's working, and he said he maybe will be busy. So I'll get back to you.
I mean,
it won't be more than
just forfeit.
He could. It won't be more than an hour later than this time.
Oh, that's fine. That'll work.
Okay. And then we also have Jack and Pox playing on Thursday, just so you guys know. These are when the next matchups are happening for chess. Kells believes in you, so that's a good thing. That's kind of a W.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Kells Bells believes in you. That's all that really matters.
Yeah, honestly.
Why is this so big? Here we go. All right, so we have you for an hour here. Smack, we can use this time however you want. So if you want, I made the same offer to Joe. If you want to go over past games together, if you want to learn a certain opening together, if you want to play with me, if you want to play against someone online and have me walk through things with you, what, like, if you want to do, I don't know, puzzles, whatever you want to use this time for, it's up to you.
So my buddy, who like peaked like 1700 or something, and he hasn't played in like 2 years since or whatever, is like teaching me, and he's like helping me a little bit, and he's like showing me how the Kuro Kan works.
Sure.
And I mean, like, I played against him, and I mean, like, I beat him twice and he beat me twice or whatever. So like, I'm not doing bad. And then we did a bunch of bullets, and I can't do bullets. But I mean, like, I don't really know like how to do this. Like, if we just go over past games or go over like, what is it?
I can make, so yeah, with regards to learning chess, everyone has their own way that they like to learn. So I want to offer it up to you first. If you don't have a certain thing that you know what to do, I can recommend what we can do, and I can guide us if you want. If you want me to, if you want to do it my way, we can do it. But I'm happy to do whatever you want. I'm just offering that to you, if you want.
Right.
I can try to assess you first, and then we can play. We can go from there if you want.
Yeah. I mean, because you can like see like all my past games and everything, right?
Yes, I can. So based on what you've played, Smack, you've played things many different ways in all your games. I don't think you played a certain way all of them. Like, you kind of just played. You played aggressively, and you played.
I moved
sometimes
pieces.
Questionably, but
yeah,
but
100%.
That's okay. That's not a big deal. So when you play, let's just start with the white side of things, okay?
Right.
When you're playing with white, what's your game plan? What are you starting with? You have an opening you like to play. How are you playing the game from here? What are you starting with?
I don't know. Like, my girlfriend basically just taught me like the most like basic move. Like, opening is just like E4, so that's just like what I did.
Okay.
And, like, I learned like I do like the lessons and everything, and it was like at the very beginning, it was like, oh, you want to do E4, D4, and then get your knights out and like build that like central control and everything.
Yep.
But I'm starting to like delve into openings a little more. I want to try and learn the London because my girlfriend says it's really easy. and I feel like I'm getting the Carl Khan down, but I'm sure I'm like messing up at like certain points.
Okay. I'm gonna go to your profile. We're gonna look at the most recent game you played. Let's just take a look here.
Oh, there's a lot of bullet ones.
Do you have these are rapid? No, these ones. These.
Yeah, those are rapid. Then I played against Pox a couple times.
This is not Pox though. This.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so here's a black game. Do we have one where you're on white also? Let's go back to you again. There's this one beforehand. This one, you're playing against someone too. Okay. And these are good ones, so look at, you actually lost these ones.
Yeah.
So we'll look at these. Okay, let's start by looking at 2 of your games you played recently, and then we'll go from there.
Word.
Okay, this is good because these are slower time controls, so you had time to obviously think here. All right, in this game, your opponent plays. Do you know what this opening is? Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
I have no idea.
So this is, and I said the same thing to JoRaul. So this is the issue with playing E4. Not really the issue, but just you have to know things. When you play E4,
Right.
your opponent has so many responses. So your opponent can obviously play E5, which is just the standard thing to play at like the highest level. That's just like a mainline king's pawn opening. But your opponent can also play the Caro Khan defense, which you know too, right? Or you say you're trying to learn about it. Okay, they can also play the French defense, which is with the E6. They can play the Sicilian defense, which is with C5. They can play what they played here in this game, which is the Scandinavian defense. They could play knight C6. They can play the modern with something like they can play like King's Indian modern defense. So there's so many options. You have to kind of know what to do here. Against the Scandinavian, you always take this pawn. It's actually the only move that's good. I can turn the evaluations.
Okay.
But I think if we look at like lines and stuff, I guess it doesn't show here. Why does it not show this? Let me refresh this game. I want to see lines and stuff. I want to see what the computer says here. What the heck? Why did the game disappear? Okay, here it is. Okay, analyze. This is why. This view. Okay, so the other issue here is you played F3, which is traditionally not a good move, and the reason is that you should just avoid moving your F pawn in general, Smack, because your F pawn weakens this diagonal for your king. So you're long-term setting yourself up for things like Queen H4 in the future. And you have to be very careful with moves like that because that attack your king very early. Using your F-pawn as a defender is not typically what you want to be doing. So when an opponent plays something like this, taking is always best. And if you really want to defend, probably defending with like something else like the D-pawn is better. This is still not good here because like I said, especially against the Scandinavian, you always take. And you just kind of have to know this. And after takes, the main line for the Scandinavian goes something like knight c3, and then the queen goes to one of these squares. Not that one, this one. But if your opponent plays something like this against you, this is best. And then you bring the knight out with tempo on the queen, and usually they bring the queen back. They can also put the queen like over here or here, but the queen's not over there, sorry. Here.
Yeah, I was gonna say that'd be
here, or here.
Bad.
I'm used to looking at this from the perspective of black, where I'm like the queen goes to the right, but the queen goes to the left when I'm looking at the white perspective. So queen goes here, and then play will continue. You bring your knights out and yada yada yada.
Gotcha.
What you want to think about is what you would do against every other option in this. But let's keep looking at the rest of this game really quick. We have knight out. Everything looks okay so far. Your opponent should have taken you at the way start. All they must know is the first move of the Scandinavian, not anything else. But that's fine. Okay. So what's the idea of bishop to b5?
Basically just like getting it away from the knight capture.
Okay. Are you scared of this knight taking your bishop?
I don't know. I just didn't like want to lose pieces because like I wasn't really taking control of the center. It felt like, at least from like my point of view, you know.
Well, if they do take you, you can recapture with the pawn. And although your pawns are doubled, a doubled pawn in the center is not terrible, especially because you can play the move d4 with it, and then you have a second pawn. The other issue is you played the move bishop d3, which is actually, it's kind of a mistake. It's the same thing Pox does, which is not very good. You're blocking your other center pawn from ever coming out. So when you play this, you block this pawn from ever moving up, which is not good. You want to block your center. You also make it really hard for this bishop and this queen to develop, because now you can't move this pawn up to let these pieces get into the game. So you're actually restricting your own development by playing like this. When the bishop comes out, it almost always wants to go to here, here, or here. And you obviously can't go to c4 because of this pawn, but this move, you played it right away, would have been fine, or bishop to e2. The other issue is because you played this pawn to f3, this knight doesn't have a good square to develop either, and now the knight will have to come like this way, and you do have to bring your bishop out first before you bring the knight out, because otherwise you're going to block this bishop in. So the way this is played is already very difficult, but it's just becoming a little harder on yourself. This is fine, but it gives your opponent a free move here. And now they just get to expand their pawns for free. Yeah. So they get some free space. I don't know what their opponent is doing with this move. I guess they're trying to trap your bishop here, but you can play here, or you could even take this pawn. That's totally fine for you. If they take, this capture is still equal. So like take. This is actually fine for you. The computer says it's good, but it's not the end of the world. This is totally fine. It's better for black because obviously black has a queen in the center and all these pawns taking up space. But yeah. Okay. Where am I? Okay, so you took the pawn here, which looks like it looks like it's free to me. What did they play? Here, bishop out. Okay, but you can just move your knight back. No. What else is and your knight's defended too.
I think I forked here.
You forked. Yeah. But because there's check. Look at that. Yeah. That's a nice move. Very nicely done. Okay, and this is
so. One thing that Wid applauds me on is like I'm really good with my knights, and like obviously not in this game, but like in other games that I've played against him, like my knights make things very difficult, and like Wid finds that very annoying about me, and like I get like royal forks or just like random forks out of anything.
I think this is a great.
I don't even realize
this was a great find. I mean, I didn't see this right away. This is a really nice find. Yep, you have check with the fork, so you have actually double check, which is really. Yeah. I like that a lot. This is another issue with keeping your king and not castling it early. So like you have the same problem here where your king isn't castled. Yeah. It's move 11, and by this point you should 100% have your king castled. So I want you to think about castling earlier. This is another benefit of playing openings. Openings typically have like a certain time you want to castle and like which way you castle, which is like safest. So when you just play random developing moves like this, then it's not as beneficial for your safety of your king and the development of your pieces. The other thing I noticed here is it's move 11 and you haven't developed this bishop yet, your queen hasn't developed, and again, your king hasn't castled. So there's a lot of these pieces you're moving multiple times. You can see so you move your knight and your bishop out, and you move 3 pieces out, which is great, but then you move your bishop a second time, then you move it a third time, then you move it a fourth time, then you move your knight, then you move your bishop again, and it's because your opponent was able to body your pieces around because of the way you developed in this position. And you got rewarded, you did well here, okay? D4, remember your opponent can en passant here, just so you know in this position.
Oh shit, yeah.
So they could take like this.
I think after I did that, I was like, do they know? You know?
Yeah. And it does like it better for black here for some reason, I guess. Yeah, probably because I wonder why it likes it so much. There's probably some sort of tactic. Knight takes d3. Yeah. They have like knight takes. This is like really like your opponent's never going to see stuff like this, but knight d3 protected by the bishop. Then you have to like manually move your king now, which is very frustrating. So now you don't get to castle, and you can't even play king f2. You have to play king f1, which is really ugly for your king. And now you have now you can they're going to shred open the center, and yeah, this is going to get really really dicey. Yeah, and if you can't take because then they take with the knight, like this is getting really. Oh my god, they even have take with queen here. Oh my god, the engine is just okay. But yeah, just always remember they have en passant in positions like
Right.
that. So take. Okay. You go here. You have to be very careful. If takes, the queen can come in and check you. This is very scary.
This is also mate in 1.
For them?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Oh my god, they even have
think,
queens. Oh my
yeah,
god.
no, I had mate in 1 for like 6
Oh my
turns,
god, you
by
have
the
mate
way.
one with queen D. Wait, no, that's not mate one. Where's oh, is it queen D? Queen
Yeah,
D.
D6.
Oh my
It's like
God.
that for like 6 turns.
Oh wow. Oh my god. Were you just scared of their queen here?
No, I just didn't see it. I was also really tired. Just like exhausted after work
Oh my god.
and everything. But no, it's like that for like 6 turns. So
Okay, here's the other issue, Smack. You guys have made 17 moves so far, and you've only spent 2 minutes on your moves. So you're playing too quickly. And I think you might be missing some of these things because you're also just playing very fast. That's an
Right.
average of less than 10 seconds a move. So you're averaging maybe like 8 seconds a move. That's very fast. That's okay to do for the first 2 or 3 moves if you know your openings. Like I can blitz out openings in my games because I know what opening I'm playing and how to play against most things the first few moves.
Right.
But once you get to like the 4th or 5th move, you don't want to spend less than like 10 seconds on your moves, is what I would say. Because positions just get so complicated. Even here, where you just have to always think about at any time your opponent can do like 3 different things on their turn. So like they could take like this, they could push a pawn, they could bring their queen out, they could bring their like. There's so many things you have to calculate that they could do that. Once they do it, you need to spend enough time to now think, okay, like this is such a convoluted position. Like you could take this, you could take this, you can make a retreat square for your bishop. You have to consider all these things instead of just whatever the first thing you see. Maybe you just blitz out knight takes b5, but you need to think about what your opponent is going to do and then what you'll do after what you think is the best move for your opponent, right? So you just want to spend a little more time thinking about each of your individual moves.
All right.
Okay, we don't really have to go too much deeper into this game. I want to see your other game, and then I want to get to some better stuff here. I want to look at your game as black, just like the beginning of it, because you did play the Caro-Kann here, which is great. Why is everyone playing this Knight C? Whatever.
Because it's 600, bro.
Joe's game, they did the same exact thing. What is this? What you just? Oh my god!
They just don't know how to defend against it.
Okay.
Or something.
You played great here. I mean, it's fine for black. It's just, it's fine for white. Like this opening's fine for white. It's just not what I usually see when I play against, like when I play against people against the Caro-Kann. No one plays like this against me. It's just very weird. But anyways, you played. This is fine. What you've done so far here. This is perfect. You played the first 4 moves. You played perfectly. You brought the bishop out before you closed the pawn chain up, and this is the exact structure you want to get in the Caro-Kann. So this is great.
So, I started learning this the day before I played this game, just off of YouTube, and then like playing against my friends and everything. And it's like I don't have like a guide or anything on one of my other monitors, so this is all based off of memory.
This is great. Before we go deeper into this, I just want to show you a couple basic variations of this opening, because this is an opening that you seem like you maybe want to try to explore a little more. And this is a good one to play in the event too. The Caro-Kann's a great opening to play. Okay.
Yeah.
When you play c6 against this move, your opponent can play a few different ways. They can play this knight move too. Like that's fine. The way you played this is fine. Everything you did here was great. The most common move that you typically see at higher levels is just taking 2 center pawns. Let me go to the analysis for this game. Is playing 2 center pawns. And then you would still play d5. And there's 3 things you have to know how to play against here. The advanced Caro-Kann, the exchange Caro-Kann, and then usually there's the main line, which is now you play knight c3, which is what they played initially. But so if they capture you, you will capture back, and this is actually this is called the exchange Caro-Kann. This is you always capture back. That's the intended idea of the opening, right? You want to exchange a c pawn for their e pawn, which is you're getting an extra center pawn because you have 2 center pawns. And although the engine thinks this is fine, as a human, you want more center pawns, and it's like it's good for you, like to have this. It's not losing for white, but it's like you're just getting 2 center pawns, which is a good thing. So now if development just goes on as normal, like knight, you can just play a normal game of chess from here. and just you could put your bishop outside the pawn chain if you still want to. That's totally fine. You can basically just do like normal chess stuff from here. Like they could play that, and you just can castle on your king side in a normal position. You do not castle typically on the queen side almost ever in the Caro-Kann, and especially in the exchange Caro-Kann when you open this up. Yep. And your long-term idea with this opening is once you say like do castle and such, like let's say castles, the benefit of the exchange is you now have this open C file. Your opponent has this file, which is not as easy to attack on. You have a nice opening here, which you will usually bring your rook to this C file and launch an attack along this file. That's the intended idea of the opening, right? So I'll just say like here, just making random moves. These moves don't make any sense, but like, let's just say like rook over and then rook here. And you're gonna usually use the C file to make an attack. I'm just making random moves. You can play the exchange kind of however you want because there's more space on the board. When you have something like the advanced Caro-Kann, that's when your play is more restricted and it's a little bit harder to play this way.
That's when that's when they move their pawn forward, right?
So there's two ideas you can play here when they play the advanced Caro-Kann. The way I play is bishop to f5, which is one of the main lines. The other main line is c5. So I think the engine says both those. Yeah, c5 and f5. And they also say e6, but I don't like e6. c5 is trying to undermine the pawn structure right away. And if they capture you, now they have two weak pawns that you can just start targeting immediately. So you can now play this and just start attacking their weak pawns, or play like knight c6. If they take you, you just can attack things immediately. I like to get the bishop out first, but then you can go after this pawn, and then you can put the knight here and go after this pawn. They have a lot of weaknesses, and they're hard to defend. Most people will reinforce their pawn, and then you can continue playing standard, and you continue to apply pressure to this pawn in the center. So you will still like maybe put the bishop here. I don't know. They'll play like their knight out, and you'll just keep applying pressure to this pawn in the center. And you'll support your own pawn. If they ever capture you, you will capture back for free with your bishop and develop your bishop.
Right. And
stuff like that. I like to play bishop here first, and then I play c5 later down the line. The issue that Joe was having with this opening was Joe was like fianchettoing this bishop a lot, which is not what you want to do in this type of opening. In the Caro-Kann, you always want the bishop here to reinforce your c5 pawn push, because that's eventually what you're going to want to do in this position.
Yeah.
And if they put their knight in front of this pawn, that's actually good for you, because then c5 and they cannot defend with the pawn. So if they ever capture you, like you just have a very nice center presence. This pawn will eventually be weak. You will still have this nice c file to play along. You can bring the knight out and start attacking this pawn right away with a bunch of pieces, with the queen, the knight. This knight in the advanced Caro-Kann, whose turn is it here? This knight always routes this way or this way if the bishop gets traded or something. So this knight, it's a little harder to develop because you can't put it here. So it usually goes knight e7 and then knight g6 or knight f5, something like that. What's the other way? Oh, the other way that the opponent can play is the I don't know if you're going to remember this is fine if you don't remember all this stuff, but what you'll want to do if you have time is there are other videos or resources that are online, and also you have the analysis board for your benefit here that you can use to help you review these things. So if the opponent plays in a certain way in a game against you when you play the Caro-Kann and you don't remember what to do, you can go to these analysis boards afterwards and put it in and be like, oh, this is the best move that I should have played in this position. So for example, opponent does this and you're like, oh, they're playing the main line with knight here. Like, what am I supposed to do in the main line? Well, I'm supposed to take. You're supposed to take this pawn, and then usually it goes knight takes, and then bishop comes out hitting the knight. Knight slides back, and this is very like high level, but this is like the like one of the main lines. Like this is called the classical variation. You can see right here.
So during the classical, isn't that where you develop your h7 pawn? So you have that also like the extra escape route.
You could at some point.
Your bishop.
Yeah, it depends. You don't have to, but you can. You could play h6 at some point.
It's a thing.
We can see how it continues. this is, I think, actually, this is the last move I think I know in the classical. I didn't memorize any further than this, but usually it's just normal development. So you'd play like,
Gotcha.
you'd play e6, you'd bring your bishop out somewhere, you'd bring your knight here, you'd bring this knight here, and you just play normal chess from here.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's nothing fancy. You can just play normal moves. I would recommend just learning the first couple moves for each variation. So if your opponent plays the classical, at least know like the basic move or the basic idea of what you want to do in the opening. Like I don't know further than that point. Like I know 5 moves of theory, but then after that I just play standard chess. I just move my pieces to positions that make sense, and I make sure to castle, ideally by move 8 or so, and just play regular chess after that. I want to see what you do in this game really quickly, because you played totally fine here. Like all this is fine. Queen out. Okay, you just put both your bishops and pin both their knights. That's totally fine. And this is actually perfect. This is where your knight goes, and it usually goes here in the Caro-Kann. So you played this like an expert. You played this like a pro. This is all good. Castles. You put your knight out. Okay, you took with the knight. That's fine. That's not a big deal. You just have to be aware of, so here's you always have to think about at any time, if this knight moves, you have a pin here, but it's not a true pin, right?
Right.
So this knight can move out of here at any time it wants to, and you have to be careful that the knight doesn't move out and we're in a position where it doesn't matter here, but if the king was maybe, if you taking the bishop wasn't with check, then it would be an issue potentially, because your bishop's not defended by anything here. So like if this king was on b1, for example, and like your queen was on c7, knight takes this pawn is an attack on your queen, and you can't take the bishop because the knight is attacking your queen. So you would have to take the knight, and then they would take your bishop, and they would technically win a pawn. This isn't something that matters here, but it's something you always have to consider when your bishop is lingering here, pinning against a piece like this, that there's never some... It doesn't matter here, because you can take this back first with check, and then take the knight. So this doesn't matter.
I probably just saw, oh, there's a knight, you know.
But you didn't take either. You didn't take the you didn't take the knight or the bishop. You just moved the queen out, though. Is there a reason you did this?
Probably just to protect my bishop.
Well, you just lost a piece.
Yeah.
And okay, so were you thinking you lost a piece and now this is being attacked by 2 things and I can't possibly, like, were you just thinking you lost a full piece here?
Yeah,
already?
that was probably what was going through like my mind.
Yep. So in this captures, you have to take this. That's like only option here. And it only works because you have check. If this didn't come with check, this would be very scary. There could be other things here, because then they take, then you take, then they take. I guess they can take here, but if this was thankfully this isn't threatening anything else. But yeah, you would take first, check, take, and then you can take here. But okay, you defend. You defend. They didn't take it. See, now again you have the same idea. Now you can take with check. They have to take with something, and then you can move your bishop out of the way because they didn't see it. Take. And then you can either move your bishop, or you can take their knight now, too. Taking the pawn. Okay.
Oh, yeah, this is kind of where.
But now you have 2 pieces hanging.
Yep.
I mean, this is not mate if they take this bishop, right?
Yeah.
They play knight here. That move doesn't make any sense at all. What the heck is this? Wait, what? Knight back. Okay, but now they can bring the knight back to defend.
I didn't see that. Like I said, I was like exhausted.
Okay, castling on move 13. So I would say you'd probably want to castle a little bit earlier than that.
Yep.
Okay, take bishop. Now this is also being threatened, and this is being threatened. So, okay, danger levels. I like that. You're protecting your rook and also attacking the bishop. That was a great move. Now I'm hoping you move this out of the way. You did not. Okay.
Nope.
All right. You're just pushing now. What's the idea of a5, a4 here?
I honestly don't know the answer to that. That's a great question.
Okay. So let's assume this bishop's already gone and like whatever. Like let's assume you sacrifice this. What is your game plan here to try and win this? What do you want to do? You want to attack the king and use all your material.
Yeah.
Right now, your material is not in the game. This rook is not participating in the game. Neither is this rook, and honestly, neither is this knight. Your queen is the only piece that's doing anything, and doing anything is probably an overstatement because this queen is almost locked in jail. So instead of playing moves like A4, A5, A4, I want you to start thinking about how can I activate all the pieces that I have in play? Because even when you're down material, said the same thing to Joe, if your material is more active than your opponent's material, then you're still gonna win because you're still playing with more pieces. Right now, your opponent is up more, actually, it probably feels like your opponent's up even more material than they really are. It says plus 10 because your opponent probably isn't even up plus 10. They're only up 5 points of material, but it's plus 10 because your opponent is playing with more active pieces of material. All right, like this bishop is playing a role in the game, the queen is playing a role in the game, the knight is in the center and is holding squares. Even the rook is at least in the center of the board. It's not seeing anything, but it's at least in the center. These rooks are not. So you want to think about things like rook c8, rook d8, trying to get your rooks on more central files. Like this rook lines up with the queen when it's over here. That's a great slot for the rook. If you're going to push a pawn, eventually you'll maybe even want to push the b pawn, which tries to chip away at this position. Like b5 and b4 might have been more reasonable. And then maybe putting your rooks on c8 and b8. That's what you maybe want to start thinking about doing when you're trying to cobble an attack together. Get all of your pieces activated and involved in the attack, and then you can push the pawns in front of their king. Just unfortunately, this pawn doesn't do anything here. It just runs into the bishop and it doesn't do anything. Yeah. Okay. So we have some moves. You did move this rook over, but when you move this rook to this file, you're also locking this rook on this file. So this rook is just going to stare at this pawn for the rest of the game if you put it here. You may have wanted to move like this rook over, or I guess you were saying you were nervous because the pawn was gonna, or the bishop was gonna take here or something. Maybe. Yeah,
something like that. Even though like my knight is also like protecting that.
I would have liked rook c8 would have been fine, and then having your rooks on these two squares would have been really nice to throw these pawns forward. Rook c8 would have, I think, been a great move here. But okay, we have rook here, knight over. All right, you could have also taken the knight if you wanted to. This is fine. The issue is you're blocking this pawn from moving forward, and this is the pawn that you need for the attack on the white king. This is the pawn that can actually get in and do something. So maybe moving the knight here might have been a little bit better. But okay, takes knight up, but now the knight is attacked by 3 different pieces here. No? Takes, okay, takes, push. I guess you can just take this, right? Yeah. You got a piece, nice. Okay.
And then mate.
Well, you have g6 here, so it's not instantly mate.
I didn't see it.
Did you? Oh, you pushed the pawn.
Yeah, I didn't see
it's okay.
any of that.
No worries. Okay. Here's what I want to do with you now, Ksmac. I'd like you to play a game, either against me or against someone online, and I want to go over the moves with you. So.
Okay. We can play.
Would you rather play against me, or would you rather play against someone at your level? What was your preference?
Play against you.
Okay.
Just because like you'll be able to explain your moves and like why, instead of like, you know, the wild moves that you don't know why they're doing, like C3.
Sure.
Just the Caro-Kann.
Send me a challenge. You can send me a 10-minute game, and you can play. You can pick if you want to play white or black, or you can do random, whatever you want. It can just be an unrated game.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So if you're most comfortable with e4, you can play that. If you want to try and play d4, we can play what you can try whatever you want to, and I'll even play whatever opening you want me to play against.
Well, isn't the London like e4 then like
the London is d4.
Oh, it's d4.
The London is a completely different system. e4 is a very different monster.
Okay. All right. We'll just do that.
Do you want me to play any particular response to this?
The Caro.
Sure. That's honestly probably what you will play against when you play Joe. So we'll play the Caro-Kann. Great. I love this. 2 center pawns is what you usually do in the Caro-Kann.
Yep.
So we'll just play the standard moves. Okay. And I'm going to do exactly what I told you to do. So the options here are either bishop f5 or pushing the c pawn. I like to play bishop f5. I like to play bishop f5, so I'm going to play bishop f5 here. And what I want you to do is I want you to spend at least 10 seconds per move, and I want you to tell me exactly why you're playing each move that you're playing. Because I want you to get in the habit of doing that in your head. You want to have a reasonable justification for each move that you play.
Of like why I'm doing stuff, yeah.
Yeah, so make a move and then tell me why you played that move.
So one thing I could do is like I could move my bishop to like d3, like kind of like forcing your bishop away.
Sure.
Potentially.
Yeah, bishop d3 is a move.
Yeah, moving that knight to like f3 doesn't really do anything if I put it.
That's
in,
also
like,
a fine move, knight to f3.
Is it?
Yeah, that is a main move. Both those moves are standard moves you can play.
Okay. let's do that one, pushing that.
On the first like 6-7 moves, any move that develops a piece can't be that bad as long as it's not blundering the piece. So like this move is totally fine. Now you're basically questioning what my bishop's going to do. So I have 3 options. I can take your bishop, I can go bishop g6, or I can play e6 defending my bishop. If I take your bishop, I'm allowing you to potentially develop your queen for free. Thank you for JoRaul for the raid. I appreciate that. I'll give you a shout out in just a second. What's up, Nathan? Thanks for stopping in, dude. I'm gonna I think I'm gonna take your bishop, and we'll see what you want to do.
So take with a pawn, not good because I could just develop my queen here. Yeah, that's normally what you want to do.
Yes.
In this.
Yep. Taking the free development is pretty good. The c pawn is important for you as white in the Caro-Kann because you want to reinforce your d pawn when I play c5.
Got you.
So
okay.
I'm gonna close my pawn structure. I'm actually happy to trade the light square bishops because all my pawns are on light squares, so I don't have any light square weaknesses. So that's fine for me.
Right. Here, I'm probably just gonna develop my knight so that I can castle next turn.
Beautiful. It's a great move.
You yelled at me for not castling.
I love this move.
10 moves.
Yeah. Under 10 moves.
Yeah.
Under 8 ideally.
And that also like defends the 2 pawns in the center.
It does.
If they get
Now,
attacked.
you are very correct. That's a very standard move. Knight f3 is always good as white in the Caro-Kann. I'm going to play knight e7 with the idea to put my knight either on g6 or f5 in the future.
Right. I'd probably just castle here.
Castling is never bad. You're playing great. This is like very solid. This is the most solid chess you've ever played, potentially. In the games I've seen.
Probably, man.
You're doing awesome. You play like this, you'll crush in the event. You're doing great already. It's move 6. You've made no blunders. You have no weaknesses in your position. You're just playing solid chess. This is good. It's what you want to do in the opening. This is how you can make. The great thing about playing this way, even though it's a little more boring, is after the first 8 or 10 moves, your pieces are all safe and they're all developed, and then you can kind of go buck wild and start attacking and start doing stuff.
Get crazy with it.
Exactly. Okay, I'm gonna play. I have so many different ideas. All right, let's just play. Let's go queen b6.
All right. So I could move my bishop to e3, like defending that pawn. So it's double defended with the queen.
Thank you, Raises, for the raid. I appreciate you. Let me give you a shout out. Shadow Vulture's in here too. Yo, let's freaking go.
What if I do that? That just
yo, guys,
attack.
welcome in. We're doing some chess.
I'm probably not gonna do
doing
that.
some chess with Ksmac3. Good to have you guys in here. Thank you so much for swinging by.
What about moving my
Thank you for the cheer,
knight
Shadow.
to like c3 or like d2?
Sure.
That way those pawns are all still protected and everything.
Are you blundering anything? Are you gonna lose any material?
No, if I go
Okay.
d2, I'm blocking my bishop, but it's also protecting that pawn that you're attacking with a b6.
Oh, cool. Then if you're developing a new piece getting into the game, that can't be that bad.
Or
If you're not throwing anything away. Great. It's totally fine. Okay. I'm gonna play.
Because I remember watching a Gotham chess video that if they move their like bishop away, you can just take that pawn on that b file.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. So your pawn is loose there if you move the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
That lets him like attack the rook or the knight if I haven't moved him.
So I'm putting my knight on a much more active square here. Am I threatening anything in your position?
You're threatening the pawn on d4.
Mm-hmm.
Which, so you would take, I take. I still come out on top after everything. Huh.
You have plenty of good moves here. You can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could go a4 and threaten your queen as well.
Does a4 threaten my queen though?
Oh, with the knight, yeah.
With the knight. Oh, knight a4.
Yeah.
You could play knight.
Yeah, knight a. Sorry.
You could. Then what if I go queen a5, attacking your knight? Then will you have to move your knight back?
Go do that. That or I just push that pawn up.
I see. Yep. Push b3. Yeah, that's a reasonable plan. Okay. What if I go? If I go queen b4 though?
Best move is probably just pawn b3, right? Yeah, I think so, because defend. So if I go there, that defends that, and then if you take that, I have 2 pawns, which I would take with my a8 and open up that rook file. Try to go to a3, I just take with my bishop.
Sure. And you don't have to take this much time on each of your moves. I understand you're thinking about everything, but you can you have the right idea here. I'm not saying I have anything. I just want you to just be thinking about it.
Like evaluate everything.
There's no threat to you at all right now in this position. Like there's nothing crazy that I'm threatening. I'm just moving pieces. Okay. I'm gonna go bishop e7. Just trying to get my pieces into the game. Love that. Lining up the rook with my queen.
Yeah.
That's a great move. Okay. Maybe I'll go castle. Just going to get my king to safety. It's moved 11. It's a little late for me, but we're there.
Probably just start putting my rooks more into the center of the board.
Love it.
Oh, wait, no, I blundered that. No, I guess it's
your rook is
defended
defended by the knight, so you're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fine move.
Essentially a bait, I guess. For like
Little
the
bait and
people in the
switch.
tournament, you know?
Okay, let's develop my other knight. Okay. I'm just going to retreat my queen so it's not taken by anything. Nothing crazy. Raises says I aced. Oh, you aced in Valorant? Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. Thank you again for rating my guy. And JoRaul.
So this is like where I really don't know where to go from here. Like my mid game into like end game.
So if you don't know what to do, just develop pieces. So remember, your bishop's still not developed. Your second rook might not be on the best square. Your knight's still kind of on the edge. So just think about optimizing the placement of your pieces and how you can maybe even attack my center. Like at some point, you may have the move c4 to undermine my center. You still need to get your bishop onto a reasonable square. Sure, that's a move. Okay, now what if I play? Maybe I'll just play safe and get my queen back.
This is where I probably want to start, like, maybe do a c4.
So think about which files are going to open up and which files you want your rooks on, maybe where you're planning on making a pawn break, where your pieces are going to be best placed for the pawn break. It starts getting much higher level here. Like these typically probably in your games aren't the types of things you're thinking of because you probably don't get positions as solid as this. Like we haven't traded a single piece yet so far. I guess we traded one. We traded one bishops. Yeah, we traded one set of bishops and there's a lot of pieces on the board. So
yeah, could do that. You take, I take. Second opens up.
Sure. That's a fine move. All right, I'm just gonna put our rook over here. Great move. I'm gonna get my king or my queen off the line of sight of your rook. I don't want that there. Just gonna come all the way back to the starting square. Nice, all right. Coming with the knight here. Okay, but what if I take your knight? I have another defender on that piece, so if you take with your pawn, I'm gonna capture that d pawn.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I didn't.
You're still doing totally fine. It's only one pawn. You definitely do want to take. So in these situations, Smack, when you get lower on time, you should just take the knight here without thinking twice about it. That's it's called, I guess, an easier move. So when you have obviously your time in a chess game, you can choose how you spend it. And what'll happen over time is as you get better at playing the openings, you'll wind up spending less time in the openings because you'll know your responses for each opening move. So you can spend less time there, more time in the middle game when there are lots of pieces on the board and there's lots of like tactics and stuff. But when there's moves like this, where it's like simply like the only really good move here is to take my piece back, you don't need to spend too much time on that type of move. So you can make those moves pretty quick to save time for other more important moves.
Right.
Yep. And now taking my pawn is pretty good here. Like the idea you had there was great because now you took my pawn and you're attacking my bishop. So if I just take your pawn, I guess actually if I take your pawn, I defend my bishop with my rook. So but the basic idea here is pretty smart. You have a discovery on my bishop. I guess when I do take this way, I will now have a defender on the bishop.
You could threaten your queen with g5.
Okay, that's reasonable. let's just say perhaps I go queen b6. Now I'm making my own threats.
Mm-hmm.
You're in check. Let's take this.
Yep.
Let's go here.
That's not where I meant to move.
That's okay. I'll pretend you didn't do that. I'll take this instead.
Oh god, I only have like 4 seconds left. So yep.
That's okay. That's okay. We were playing on low time there. This
I
game
had
was
one
great.
blunder. I think that was my blunder. That was my last move.
We obviously had you obviously spent like all of your time on the first like 15 moves of the game, which is fine.
Right.
Once you do that like 10 or 15 times, you'll start to understand these positions, and then you won't need to spend that much time on these openings. You'll be like, oh, I already know what my intention is to play against this move. It's gonna just come with more practice as you play more. So what I would recommend you do is play more games like we did, and you don't. And even if they're rated or unrated, doesn't matter. You should just play with as much time as you need, and get in those same positions, and just take your time and think of the possibilities. And even if you lose to time, it's not a big deal, because you're gonna be playing your best possible chess. You're gonna learn each time, and what you can do is you can also, so we can take that game, we can go to the analysis board, and now we can review, like, maybe we both played, I'll go from your perspective, maybe both of us played a bit suboptimally here in this position. So like here I played like best move. The engine says best moves are either F5 or C5. Yeah, and I played bishop F5. You played here, which is also totally fine. I'm gonna capture, and actually I think the computer agrees, because I played against bishop D3 before, so I know my move here is to capture. There's other options, but I know that's how I play this position. And then I close the structure, and it says, okay, so for Ksmac, the best moves are knight f3, bishop e3, or pawn c3. And you did play knight f3, which is top engine move. So you can be like, okay, my move here was good. Like, I played the best possible. What's up, Meatwagon? What's up, Doran? Welcome in, guys. We're just doing some chess. I wonder if my move here was good. It's like, best move for me. Yeah, knight d7? Knight e7, yep, knight e7 is one of the best moves, so we played knight e7. I've played this position before. You castling is a great move. The computer agrees. Actually, top engine move, castling. So like, see, it'll encourage you.
The one at the top is like the one you want to do, or that's like best, right?
Best according to the engine. Like, as long as it's one of these top 3, it's usually fine.
Okay.
You'll see, so can you see the screen I'm sharing right now?
Yeah,
Ksmac?
yeah.
Okay, so here it gives you like different numbers for the evaluations. Obviously, when it's plus, it's an advantage for white. If it's minus, it's an advantage for black. If it's less than 1 or minus 1, it's pretty much even. So like plus 0.4, you can assume it's even for white and black. It's not really an advantage for white. The only reason it's an advantage for white is because white goes first, but it's not a real advantage. Okay. So as long as you're not getting it down to like -1 or something, then you're still technically you're still doing fine. It's still an even position. And sometimes there will only be like one good move. And what you'll notice is like the top, we'll probably see this later in the game, the engine will say like +4, and the second option might be like -3. So if you make any move but the one move, you're losing. So you have to find the best move.
Okay.
But in most positions like this, like you see how these are all plus 0.1, 0.3. These are all good moves. So if you played c4 here, it would have been fine. If you played castles here, if you played e3, like bishop e3, castles, or c4, all are totally fine. And there's actually more, but the engine and chess.com only shows top 3. But that's probably all you really need though. So like yours is one of the best. And even if it doesn't list your move as the best move, like see how mine moves are so close to each other in accuracy. There's probably another move I could play too that is also like not losing. It's just not one of the best moves. Like knight f, like I'm just looking at what they recommend. Like they recommend knight here, knight here, knight here. I think if I play like knight a6, like the engine didn't show that move, but you can see the bar didn't move that much. Like it's not a losing move, right? It's just not the top move.
What it would have done. So is this kind of like what Gotham Chess refers to as like databases?
Sort of, yeah. You can use this.
Like Okay.
Yeah, this is how you review your game. Gotham has access to a special chess engine that has more tools and stuff that like chess pros have, like title players use. This, for our purposes, if you're anywhere under the title player range, you can use chess.com's free engine. Yes.
Okay.
What he was referring to, so if we also go to chess.com here, this I think is what he's referring to. If you go under learn, there's also a place called openings. Is this where it is?
Okay, cool.
Okay, and
yeah,
then
no, because this is where I learned the Carl Khan.
No, is this? Yeah, so there's lessons in here. There's another one though where there's like games that you can walk through and you can see like how many people have played certain moves. I forget where that is. Maybe insights? No. Where the heck is it? Is it unanalysis? Load from Explorer? Here it is. Maybe it's this.
Okay.
Okay, so this one, is it this? What? No, this is not it either. Where's load from new analysis? Chess.com's interface is not great. Why is it there? Okay, there's an area on this website where you can go to, and it gives you like the percentage of people who play each move and like how many games that player has like won or lost, and you can see like out of all players what the top player moves are, and it's very cool. But I don't know how to get to it. They might have moved where it is too. You can look at, there's like all these openings you can look at under this openings area.
It's more Explorer.
It's more Explorer.
Yeah, to go to more than Explorer, I think.
Yes, this is it. Okay, this is it. You're correct.
Then it has everything.
So you can drag a piece, and then it says, okay, these are all the responses that people have ever played in like games on chess.com. Like this is how many, like 624,000 people played Knight F6, which is what I played to against F4. And now you can be like, okay, this is what people play, and you can also see the percentage of players who win at certain pieces. So like you can see here, if you play E3, this is a terrible move. Like this is an awful. You have awful winning chances if you play the move E3.
Right.
Like you wouldn't want to play that move. But if you play like C4, this is a really good. This is the Queen's Gambit type structure. And then you can see all the other options opponent plays, and you can see if they're good or not. This is a cool little database to see that type of stuff too. I've used this a couple times. I think this is what he refers to as is when he's saying databases.
Yeah, because he's talking about like the moves and like the percentages that they win, draw, and lose. So cool. If you're a lot of time on this.
Yeah, and if you're nervous, so like let's say you play a game Ksmac and you like go to 3 moves in and you're already like, what am I supposed to play? Like this already looks so bad for me. Like the engine said it was equal, but I don't know what the appropriate response is. You can go into here too and review it in here also and see what other people have played. Well, you can look at the engine, but the engine can only give you one perspective. It just gives you like the engine line, which maybe is the best line for 14 moves out that you don't even realize.
Right.
Like the human approach is much different, and sometimes humans will just offer better moves that look better. So this is a good tool you can use too if you want to try it out. But what you did here is fine. Typically, I don't. Sometimes people don't like to put this knight on c3 because you're blocking in your c pawn, which is useful in reinforcing your center or playing c4. So sometimes you will see people playing like knight d2 or something. And computer actually likes b3, knight rook d1. Yeah, computer likes b3 so you can develop the bishop. Rook d1.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, B3,
and
then your pawns protect the pawn. Okay.
Yeah, B3, Rook D1, and then C4. Or C4 right away. You're trying to tear at my center. So like these are ideas. This is still fine though. It's not the end of the world. I don't think the computer probably likes my move, honestly. Probably should have developed a different piece. Okay, my move's third best, I guess. It wants me to like either go here or here. We played this move to try and put more pressure on this pawn. Knight out, and actually this move, the computer likes my position if I play queen b5 or queen a6, and I played queen b4. This is good. Like this is now I'm learning something. It wants me to go either a6 or b5. I guess it wants me to trade queens with you, because if I trade queens with you, it's going to open up my C file, which is what I want in the Caro-Kann anyways, which makes sense.
Right.
Knight here, I go here. I just played bishop out. G4 is good for you. G4. Oh my god, that's such an engine line. Because you kick my knight out, and then my knight like has to go back here. That's so silly. I'm always scared of actually people playing G4 in this position. It's a common idea in the against the Caro-Kann. It's very
okay.
Yeah, this isn't something I'd recommend you do, but it's something people have done against me before. You make your king kind of weak, but it attacks. It kicks the knight out.
I don't know. I always get like worried unless it's like end game and I'm like, you know, struggling against time or, you know, like trying to push a pawn to like promotion, about like moving anything like that's protecting the king. After you castle.
So
know?
when the engine suggests something like this, you can also just ignore it. Like this is because an engine has no feelings or emotion. So the engine knows that 15 moves down the line, the king is totally safe. Like we don't know what the position is going to result in 15 moves. The engine's calculated all that. So so you don't have to play moves that are crazy like this, but this is the types of things I start to look at like when I'm trying to get from like 1500 to 1700. I'm like looking at what am I doing here when opponent plays G4, and long term, where am I routing this knight and where is its potential prospects in the future? If I play back and I can try to target this, they can probably defend it easily with H3. And then is my knight ever in danger of getting trapped? Not really, because if they ever try to attack it, I move it back, and I'm like, these are weird lines that I've seen before, but it's not super common. Everything else you did here was totally fine. Like you can actually still see the evaluation is 0, 0, 0. So it's like completely equal even in this position. You played pawn here. I moved my queen back. Bishop out. If I play B5, oh wow, I could play B5 here. I thought of that idea, but I just moved the queen back to safety. This is all totally fine. This is actually good for white. I mean, here it says plus 0.8 or plus 0.7, so this position is totally fine for you. C4 was a great move here. And even here, you're crushing. And the only reason you lost out of this position was because you had a minute 25 on the clock. So this whole opening, you played beautifully. Like, if you play solid like this, which you'll start to do faster as you play more, you're gonna do great. Because you just have look at how good these rooks are. Your king is safe. Like you should just feel happy getting to this position.
Yeah, no, I felt really good. I was like, yeah, this is like where I wanted to be. I was like, this is like out of all the videos I've watched, I've probably watched over like 2 hours on the Caro-Kann. I was like, this looks like what it wants to do. So, or like playing against it, like because I also like looked up how to beat it as well.
Right, and now you can start to think about the ideas of how to play against it now that you're playing here like this. So it'll help you play it better and play against it better. Right, and in this move you do lose a pawn here, which is why you can see now the evaluation gives me -1 because I've won a pawn basically. And after all this, but anyway, that was good. That was pretty good. We're about to be at time, Smack. I want to leave you with just a couple things that I think you can do to just in the last couple days leading up to the event. If you have time and you want to play, I'd recommend you play slower games. You analyze them afterwards. You do get 1 free game review on chess.com per day.
I have the diamond thing.
All right, so you have unlimited game reviews.
Yep.
So you can just go buck wild. And any game, I would review every single game you play and walk through it move by move and just see where you messed up, and then you learn from those mistakes, and that's just how you get better. That's it. Practice these openings that you enjoy playing, and maybe if you have time, you can practice one that we didn't review here to give your opponent a surprise.
Right.
Like if you want to throw something in that they're not prepared to play against, you can do that too.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that. So
cool. Make sure you look into a little bit about how to play against the London system also.
Right.
We didn't really go over that much.
My girlfriend's really good at the London, so
she's been reviewing that a little bit with you, maybe.
Yeah. So I'm gonna probably do that after she finishes her homework.
Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, she'll give you some good insight. It's the truth of playing at the London is there's no real way to destroy it because it's such a solid system, right?
Right.
So the only thing I recommend you is when you play against the London, don't move your knights, or don't move your pieces in front of your central pawns, because you're going to want to use these pawns.
Okay.
This is how I play against the London. I play e6 and I push these pawns up. So something like this, knight out, and then c5, I try to play as soon as I feel comfortable playing, trying to just chip away at the center pawn in the London. A good London player will never take you, obviously. They'll just play like, c3 or whatever. But you can always keep this pressure looming here with this pawn. This is a really important pawn when playing against the London. You don't want to put this knight in front of this pawn because you want to use this pawn.
Right.
So you'll see here, like if I play this move, the engine is not going to like it. It actually says +3, which is crazy here. Surprised they're okay with that. But usually you want to play moves like, you could even play c3 on earlier than this. You could play c3 here, and it's totally fine. Like this is not even a bad move. See, the engine is totally fine with it. Because if they ever take you, you can immediately win this pawn back. So...
right, yeah.
This pawn is very important against the London system. And then you just do the best you can. You could also play in a way where you try to castle queenside as well. So if you could play in a way where it's like something like this, I don't know. Like here, and frickin' go like e6. I mean, you could just mix. You can just like kind of mix it up, and then you can bring like your queen out, and like you can fling like h5, h4 forward and stuff like this. You can get aggressive this way. You could play not this yet, but you could put like bishop here and then here, and move this pawn up and play queen here and castle queenside. You can do all sorts of different things against the London. So that's it. Just try to get them out of their comfort zone. You can play the Benoni defense, which is hilarious, which is this move immediately.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you can look into some things.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna do that. So
yeah, you could try that. You could try that against your girlfriend. You could play c5 immediately and see what she does.
I mean, if you want to say anything to her, she's listening. She just texted me. She's like, "What can I say? The London is great."
Yeah, she probably agrees with me though. There's no real way to beat it. It's just you just play solid, and then you have to see what their game plan is going to be, and try to not let them get it. It's just so solid and so tough to play against.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I play the London too. I play it in some of my games. It's just a very good opening that you just can't go wrong with.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some learning and some research tonight in the next couple days. So
good. You go get some learning. I have some other stuff I have to do too. So I'll bid you farewell,
Right.
Ksmac.
All right.
We'll see you on Tuesday, all right?
always. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. Good luck.
Thanks. Bye.
Yep. All right. That was the end of that. That was Ksmac. All right. We have one more thing we have to do today, which will take a little bit of time. We're going to get that done next. If you made it this far, thank you for being here. Again, my name's Nick Daru. It's a pleasure to have you guys in here. We're going to be doing the recap of our previous matches. I have a lot of games to go over. I think we have 9 games to look at. I'm going to pull these up in just a moment. Okay. Let's... Where is... Why is it... Okay. So I'm setting this up. We have all of my games already pulled up here. We're going to put all of them in an analysis board. Why is it... What the heck? Why did it... Oh my god, it changed all these games. Oh my god, it deleted all my... Why did it do that? Where are all the games I wanted to... Oh my god, I have to pull them all open again. Are you kidding me? Because I had chess.com open on other... Oh my god, I just have to X this all out. I had every single game I wanted to analyze open, and because we used chess.com on a different tab, it opened that up on all those chess.com. God damn it. Well, I guess we're doing this all again. All right, well... Let's review some games, shall we? Let's pull them all up here. Oh my, Ksmac is my goat. Okay. Why is it looking like that? That's fine. It's gonna look weird for now, but once we get into the games, it'll look better. All right, I have to open up all these games again. God dang it. All right. Ksmac, JoRaul. We gotta open up Jack Penguin's games. And we gotta open up, who's the last one? Pox. How do I spell, how is Pox? Pox, AK Pox, here we go. Okay. Okay, so this is, who's Gabe? Wait, what? What the heck is this? This is the wrong person. What? I pulled up Ksmac. Ksmac. I need Ksmac's profile. All right. Basically, what we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna do what we did last week. We're gonna review all the games that we played, all the games that were played in the second week of the event. We're going to do game reviews. I'm going to be posting them on YouTube. So I had a couple that I was really excited, and I pulled them all up before, and they all disappeared because they all disappeared. Wait, Ksmac didn't play against Pox. Where's Ksmac's games? My bio is 10 out of 10. What does his bio say? IDK what I'm doing. Nice. All right. He played against none of these. What the hell are these games? Jan 16th? No. Oh, here it is. Arlington. Okay. 1, 2. Okay. Those are the two games we're reviewing from Ksmac, or the two games we're going to go over. JoRaul. Whittle Wheezy. That was the first match of the day, I think. Okay. Analyze. Okay, this is the first one we're gonna go over. Then we have this one, another Ksmac Ari game. Okay. JoRaul. And then here's another one. Analyze. Great. So those are the first half. Now, then the Pox ones, we're going to actually look at all of Pox's, because Pox actually had some of the closest games out of everyone. Pox's games were very good. Pox versus Kixie. That was here. And then we're going to look at two of Jack's games, which I had pulled up before, but they all disappeared. God, these backgrounds are so confusing. Evil Space Bunny. Great. God, this background's so tough. Okay. Great. So analysis here is ready. This is ready. This is ready. Flip the board side. Okay. Pox. Kixie, analyze. Okay, analyze this one. And then analyze this one. Okay. Analyze. Analyze. Love it. Okay, we have everything. Ari Weaver, yes. 1, 2, that is who you played against. 3, 4. Okay. We have these games. Pox, Kicks, okay. Evil Space Bunny. All right, I think this is good. So here's how this is gonna work. Let's turn off the sound notifications. I think those are already off. Turn off icons. Turn off chat is off. We're good. All right, we're gonna do our recording for the tubes. Oh, did the dog just bark? Our doggo's barking, dude. Ksmac3 says, sorry, Wagon says it's basically just levels of trying to win more than other people, but it doesn't care how much you lose. If you just play a lot and win 50%, then you get higher leagues. That's how leagues work. The lower leagues, you got to be like top 20 out of 50. The best league, you have to be 1 out of 50. So it took like a month to. What league am I? Am I in a league? Am I in a league? Why? Where's my league? I'm in 0 out of 8. I'm in 18th. It says 0 trophies, but I'm number 18. I don't know, I'm in Crystal League. With my hoodie on. Is that good? I have no idea. I never knew how the leagues worked, honestly. I'm in Crystal League. I don't know if you have to do anything to join the league, but then you play a couple games a day. You can win until you get to the top 4 leagues, then you have to try. Is Crystal League good or no? I was in 33rd, then 13th, then 20th, 21st, 21st. Now I'm 18. I also haven't played a game in a little bit. I haven't played since the 16th, really. I played 2 games with Joe and Ksmac3 just now, but that was it. You got like 3 more leagues. It's pretty good. Nice. That's cool. You got to get top 3 to advance. So you get, by getting wins, you advance? That's what you're saying? I got a lot of wins in Blitz. Blitz has been crushing. Or my Rapid has been getting creamed. My Rapid's been getting cream pied, guys. I've been getting dunked on in Rapid. This is the score I actually care about. Probably the only one I actually really care about. But I peaked at 1580 something. So it doesn't even show. It doesn't show my 1580 here. I guess it only shows you the one you ended each day on, probably. This is my highest is 15. No, here it is, 1582. Yeah. I need to get some more games, and you just need more points. Oh, I see. We need to get back to 1600. We need to get 1600. I mean, we have to get it. We haven't even gotten there. All right, let's do our review. Let's see how we introduced our other video. By the way, guys, if you're not subscribed on YouTube, here's the link to the tubes if you want to show some support. We got lots of good videos on there. This is actually gonna be for a video that we're gonna come out with tomorrow that I have to work on. I have to edit and I have to make a thumbnail and stuff. Okay, let's see how I did my first video, how I introduced it and such. Oh my, that was loud. Oh God. Jesus, is that loud for you guys? God damn, that's loud for me. Okay.
I got 16 Twitch streamers who are brand new at chess to play.
Dude, I did the real Mr. Beast intro for this. God damn. Okay. Okay. All right. So this is I just want to see what I did last time to introduce this.
I got 16 Twitch streamers who are brand new at chess to play against each other in this multi-week chess tournament. In this recap, we're going to go over all games played in week 1 to see who qualified for the quarterfinals. By the way, if you want to catch the remainder...
Okay, let me see if I have do I have the script for this? I feel like I wrote this down somewhere. Maybe I didn't write this down anywhere.
...of these games live, come check us out on Twitch, link in the bio. Let's get into the recap. So we have... I got 16 Twitch streamers.
Okay, let's just write this down. I got 16 Twitch streamers
who are brand new at chess to play against each other in this multi-week chess tournament. In this recap, we're going to go over all games played in week 1 to see who qualified for the quarterfinals. By the way, if you want to catch the remainder of...
Okay. In this recap, we are reviewing all games from the quarterfinal.
Of these games live, come check us out.
If you want to see the final matches live, come check it out on our Twitch channel. Linky dink in bio. I'm not gonna say that. That's cringe. Link in bio.
That on Twitch, link in the bio. Let's get into the recap. So we have over a dozen games to cover. I'm gonna rapid fire through some of them and show you all the best of the best. This game is starting off this past Sunday. Ksmac versus Turk.
Okay, cool. So I got my intro. This is the screen we're going to use for the actual recap. This is what I'm going to do for the intro. Great. All right, I'm ready. I'll be really honest. I actually need to look at these games all real quick again to make sure. But I think I remember all these games. This is the Smack versus Ari game. Yeah, where Smack blundered the thing right in the beginning, and Ari had like a huge advantage if he wanted it. Okay. Valuation is, yeah. Okay, I remember this game. Take, and now white is winning because white is just up a piece, right? No, white's not up a piece. Why is white winning here? So we have 3 pawns, 3 pawns, 3 pawns. Bishop, because white has more activity. Yeah. White has more activity. White's about to castle. This F pawn is out. These pieces are not playing in the game. Okay. Wow, that's a smart. I can't believe Smack found that move. That's a really good move here, actually. This blunders. Knight takes the bishop. Yep. Except it doesn't take. Okay. But now knight can take bishop too. Okay. And now knight does. Takes that, just gobbles all the pieces. Okay, and there's no time issues in this game. Great, so that's game 1. This is game 3 against, this is game 3 between the two players. This is the fast one. Okay. This is JoRaul versus Wid. And Wid just blunders a piece immediately. Wid just playing the London system. Oh, and then Joe blunders the rook in the side. I forgot about all this. Then the bishop goes. Oh my god! But now it's takes. Oh my god! And then it's mate. Oh my, cause he allowed this to open up. Oh my god, why did he take this? Oh my gosh. Oh, cause of that. Oh my god, but now you have to actually play you have to play King E7 here, I think. Yeah, that's what the engine says. King E7, or even here. This is terrible too, but you need to play here. Oh my god. That's too funny. And he's just mirroring. Okay. Take the pawn. Counter threat. All right. What's up, awkward? I'm going to do an official analysis of these games. I'm just refreshing myself with all of them. This is JoRaul versus Wid. Wid long castles. Hitting the queen. Queen slides over, but okay. Take the pawn. Take the queen. This is completely crushing for black. Oh my god. Wow. How is this so good for black? Oh my god, it's because this king can't really castle safely over here. Oh, also, oh, you have knight f. Oh my god, you have knight f6, and that wins a piece, and he sees it. Oh my god. And Wid is just winning. Okay, but he hangs his own piece. It's still good for black. How does he convert this? You can take the pawn. Wait, why didn't you take the pawn? Oh my god. This is so scary for black now because of that pawn. Oh my god. And now... Oh my god. Dude, this is such a disaster of a game. This is such a mess. Oh my god. promote, but yep, and that's it. This is just over for Black. Black's just lost here. Oh no. White's just gonna queen. And it's all over. My gosh. The Pox and Kixie games were actually freaking nuts. Pox is white here, Kixie's black. The material is no, Kixie's down. Kixie's down 2 pawns. Kixie's black here. Pox, okay. But now, yeah, you're just going to lose this. Oh, you could take with the queen. This is still so bad for black. Oh, my God. And then it's there. But then Kixie gets in with her pieces and kind of just shuts down Pox's pieces. This is crazy. Oh, my God. This game was absolutely nuts. Oh my God. And Kixie just has so much material and then lost to time in this one. Okay, I remember that game. Then this game, Kixie's white. Okay. But now and I remember the queen almost was blundered here. The queen hung after a queen trap. And look at how crushing this is for white. It's +8. Oh my God, no. Oh my God, this position is +8 if queen takes c8. Wait, queen c, oh my, yeah, queen takes c8, you just win a rook. But instead, bishop here and now. Oh, and that, yeah, because the queen hangs. Oh my God. Now rook here. And now it's +8 for white. Oh my God. This is so sketchy. Oh my God. Oh my God, you need to see queen g6 check. It's just so good for white. Oh my. Dude, this isn't even just a frickin' roller coaster. Holy cow. The material is equal now, and then hanging the bishop, and this game is this game is such a mess. All right, and then the last one was crazy too. I remember there was a mate in 1. I think Kixie missed in this right here. Yeah, after knight back, it's mate in 1. Oh my God, this game is just tragic, simply tragic. Still good for black too. Not here. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you could have taken this pawn too. Bishop back. Oh, and then we had this whole thing with the rook. Oh my God. These games were absolutely wild. And the ESB ones were pretty quick, I think. Yeah, ESB blundered the queen. And then it was a bunch of exchanges. But Jack's just up a queen here. Queen and a piece. And then he's up 2 queens. Okay. Same issue here with the queen. Like, this is always a move. Okay. Yeah. All right, I gotta pee real quick. Then we're gonna review these games, guys. These are gonna be good reviews, I think. These ones are something. These games are something. Let me tell you. Let me go right back. DJSO. We're gonna be reviewing some games right now, but maybe after we can play if I have energy still. I have to use the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna need like about an hour, maybe a little less, to review these games. Y'all ready? Okay. All right, let's do it. All right, no alerts or anything. We gotta do this. We gotta do this. Great. We gotta do this nicely. All right. So the intro is gonna say, I got 16 Twitch streamers who are brand new at chess to play against each other in this multi-week streaming tournament. In this recap, we're reviewing all games from the quarterfinals. If you want to see the final matches, come check it out on our Twitch channel, link in bio. Let's get into the recap. Here we go. Start recording. I got 16 Twitch streamers who are brand new at chess to compete in this multi-week chess tournament. In this recap, we're reviewing all games in the quarterfinals. If you want to see the final matches, make sure to check it out on our Twitch channel, link in the bio below. Let's get into the recap. Okay, let's begin. So in the first game, we have Arrington Weaver versus Ksmac3. This happened on Tuesday of this past week. Players are both rated around 600, and we have the starting E4, E5 system. Smack is playing white, Ari is playing black. Bishop C4, pawn D5, and already we see a pawn potentially just being given up right on the first move in the center of the board. But instead, Smack decides to play a little more of a retreating move, Bishop E3. But now, White's pawn can be captured in the center. However, Ari does not decide to take it, instead plays Bishop E6, defending his own pawn. We have takes, and C4! But C4 blunders this amazingly unbelievable move. We have Bishop can take here on G2 for Ari, and it will be -8 for black if he sees it. But he completely misses it. Ari misses it. It's the 5th move, and Ari was completely winning, but he misses the move, and now we have D3 defending the pawn again. We have Bishop B4, Bishop D2, and the players are just making some moves, attacking and questioning the integrity of this bishop for black. Black decides to make the exchange, and now Knight F6, trying to get some more pieces into the game. We have Knight C3 from Smack. And so far, game's looking pretty equal. I mean, Engine thinks the game is equal. The game looks pretty standard to me. This is a bit of a backwards pawn here in the center for white, but nothing crazy. Black still needs some more time to develop a couple more pieces, get them into the game. We want to get the rooks toward the center. White still needs to castle. Black's already has a safer king. Let's see what happens here. Knight F3 pushing the pawn. But now you can take here. Okay, so white can take this pawn. Takes with the knight, which I don't dislike. Knight takes, and now Queen E3, but oh no. Oh no, Smack doesn't take the knight back. Smack doesn't take the knight back, instead playing Queen E3. And now Ari has the chance to just play like Knight C5, or, well, maybe not Knight C5. What is the idea here? Yeah, Ari just has the opportunity to play Knight D6, and Knight D6 just protects the knight, and you could you're just up a piece. And Ari's just up a piece. But he defends. He defends the piece, but it can be taken with the pawn. It can be taken with the pawn. Pawn takes, and now there's no more material advantage for Ari. And in fact, if anything, white is winning here. White's doing better. White's posing complications already to black's position. We're gonna have castles soon. It'd be Rook D1, and oh no. Oh no, Ari hung a bishop. Ari hung a bishop as black. After this exchange here, he could have taken the bishop, but he doesn't. Rook D1 instead would have been a great move earlier, but oh my god. He missed the opportunity to take a piece. And now you can defend it, but Ari doesn't defend it. He just defends the pawn in the center, and now the knight takes with tempo, and he doesn't move the rook out of the way, so white can take the rook, but he doesn't. Oh my god. Oh my god, but now we're setting up all sorts of tactics, because if this, then this, and oh no. Ari doesn't see it. and now there's going to be a discovered check with an attack, and Ksmac's just going to be up too much material here. I mean, Ksmac has bishop, rook, and even though he lets the bishop get captured on b3, 2 rooks with some extra pawns, they're going to come in and harass these pawns. And the trade is not good for Ari. Ari gives Ksmac what he wants in a rook trade, and now it's just rooking a few pawns, and the king's gonna get bullied around. A queen's gonna be made at the wrong time though, because the king is just gonna win that. But that's okay. We'll just make another queen. We'll just make another queen as Ksmac, and I mean, he's just gonna really push the king into the corner. It's mate in 3, and here in this position, Ari resigns. Ari resigns as black. Okay. Ari loses game 1, and not only does Ari lose game 1, but Ari loses game 2 as well. So we have game 3 between Ari Weaver and Ksmac. In game 3, we have e4, e5 once again. We saw this, I'm pretty sure, in all 3 of the games. Bishop c4, Ksmac playing with white, playing very aggressively, always with this bishop c4 move on move 2. It's been working for him so far in the tournament. Let's see what happens here. Pawn b5, questioning the position of this bishop, but just giving up a pawn. So Ksmac decides not to, putting the bishop in the center. But now you have things like c6 and whatnot to attack the bishop even further, which is pretty good. The engine likes that too, and that's what Ari does. Ari plays c6. Bishop goes back, but you know we've gotten a couple free moves with our pawns. We've really only seen 2 moves so far from white. So I actually don't dislike black here, all things considered. Like, if you just start bringing out your pieces, bring this guy out, bring this into the center, move your bishops out, whatever, yada yada, doesn't look too bad for me. But this bishop comes out, and queen comes out, and oh my, we're threatening something very devastating here. And black needs to see this. Black needs to play queen e7, or knight h6, or g6, which actually g6 doesn't work because of this little nifty trap right here, but even that doesn't get mated. But Ari just plays knight f6. Ari just plays knight f6, and it's mate on f7. Oh my god. Ksmac is winning the match and moving on to the semifinals in week 3 of the event. Let's take a look at our next game. JoRaul versus Wid Wheezy. Nick looking extra good today. Thanks, Awkward. Appreciate you, dude. Always coming with the hype. JoRaul versus Wid Wheezy. JoRaul is playing with the white pieces, and Wid Wheezy is playing with the black pieces. Now, we do already know Joe told us that he was going to be playing the London system in this event. He played that in the last round, and he's playing it in this round as well. And Wid seemingly giving up a free piece on move 2. Wid, what are you doing? Wid just gives the knight. We can see the reaction on his face. He's already blundered, and the game is already in a huge favorite for JoRaul, who is assembling some threats here. However, there's this very nifty move here. Queen takes b2. If Wid sees it, Wid is winning again, actually. Wid is winning if he sees queen takes b2, and he does! He finds the top engine ID, and even though Wid is down a piece, he's gonna win a rook back and be back in the game. This is nuts. Oh my god. Knight e2. Knight comes out, but now I think there's an issue with winning the rook. Because of castles, right? Now you can't win this. Hold on, let me just look. Knight here. Castles. Takes. Knight d2. Then rook b1. Oh my. And then where's the queen going? Queen takes b1. Oh my god. I didn't see this before. All right, I think we saw this during the game, but I forgot why it doesn't work. Okay, unpause. What Evo are you? What Evo am I? What is Evo? Evo? I don't know what that means. Don't look in general. Has Pox won yet? We're gonna get to Pox's game. Dude, you guys gotta watch Pox's games. Pox's games were the sickest ones. Pox and Kixie had the wildest games in this recap. My elo, I'm like 1550 rapid. Okay. Let's go back. So Wid sees it. Wid sees takes on B2. Knight to E2, and now Wid needs to take the rook on A1 here. If he doesn't, which he doesn't do in the game, now the issue is if he takes it now, White is castled. And after White is castled, if you take this rook, there is a sequence where the knight comes out, the queen has to go to B2, only safe square, and then rook B1, trapping the queen. So you can't even take the rook anymore, and to Wid's credit, he did not take it here. Rook D1, and now queen takes. Oh my. This is getting scary. Now queen does take, and can the queen take in this position? Wait, now what happens if... Oh my God. And now... Oh my God. And now because we moved the knight to D5, the queen has an extra retreating square. So it is no longer trapped if knight D2. Oh my God. But E4, and E4 is a very, very good idea from JoRaul, because if this knight moves anywhere, we have 3 pieces lined up on this very weak D pawn, and you need to be super careful. You need to play a calm, cool, and collected knight D6 to add a defender here, or knight E6 to add a defender here. I prefer knight B6, but whatever. We don't see that. We see captures on F4, and now White has chances. After bishop takes on D7, you have to play king E7, or it's just mate. And because you take on D7 with the bishop, the queen comes in, and it's checkmate for White. Oh my God, JoRaul winning game 1. And spoiler alert, JoRaul does win game 2 as well. But he has to win 1 more to beat Widweezy. JoRaul is playing on White. He's gonna play his trusty London system, and we're gonna see what happens in this final game. Wid does not sacrifice a piece in the beginning of this game like he did in the last one. He's a little more careful and decides to play a symmetrical London system against Joe. Bishop E4, not really super much a fan of this move. You can be kicked out with tempo, you can put the knight in front of it, yada, yada, yada. We have the knight going to the square that it wants to go anyways. Knight C6 blocks your own C-pawn from coming in and helping against the London system, which is usually what you want to happen. Pawn there kicks the bishop out. Bishop doesn't want to trade, and instead allowing Joe to get this open rook on the H-file, which is pretty good for White. White actually quite likes this in these types of systems. Developing some pieces, knight out, kicking out the knight with tempo, but is it kicking it out? Because it's a free pawn, which Joe scoops up right away. Free pawn, we take those. And Wid is just undeveloping pieces. He needs to be more considering how he's going to get his other pieces into the game. Maybe rook G8, queen out, or things like that. Pawn comes into the center. We have queen takes knight. All right, but remember, the reason we played this pawn move, okay? Hold on, I want to say this again. So, I want to do this part again. G5 takes on G5, knight back to D7, and now danger levels. So the knight is hanging, but the bishop is also hanging. So if you take the knight, which is what Wid does here, Joe is going to take your bishop. And this is actually pretty decent for Joe. Engine thinks it's plus 1.6. The pieces are very nicely activated on Joe's perspective of things. Black hasn't castled yet. Honestly, if the engine wasn't intervening, I would say this position looks pretty equal to me. I kind of actually like Black's position. Black has a center pawn. Black has a nice little structure here. White has a set of double pawns. It's not too bad. But anyway, game continues. We have rook out, queen, long castle from Widweezy. Widweezy doing totally fine. Moving the queen over, which is defended by the knight, so totally fine here. Bishop takes, but now, oh no, the engine evaluation has plummeted, and here's why. Because after the queen's trade, you have this incredible move, knight f6, trapping this bishop here. It can't be moved anywhere because you win the rook, and Wid sees all this. Wid sees this, and rook back to h4 takes, and now takes again, and Wid is winning. It is game 3. Wid has not won a game yet. It is minus 4.5. Widweezy is playing for a comeback here, has a full extra knight, which is going to be coming into the white position, and oh no. The knight is trapped. King c2, and Wid trapped his extra knight. It can't leave. He's going to sacrifice it to win a pawn, but that's just a free knight for Joe. So we have completely equal material. Joe has a set of double pawns. The engine likes it for white better. You can definitely target these pawns a lot more easily as black. But okay, if Wid just loses a tempo, if Wid just gives Joe a tempo, like, it's already totally fine for white again, and white is back in this game now. All right, pushing the pawns, protecting the knight, pushing the pawns forward. Okay, this pawn's getting pretty close to being a queen over here. Okay, shuffling the pieces, making a little bit of an exchange. You have to be very careful. These rooks don't like get blundered at any point in this, all right? Pushing the pawn. This pawn is super close to a queen. Oh my. Pawns go up, the knight gets into the action, and oh my. Oh my. You have to be very, careful. You have knight h6 here, which kicks the rook out and makes a queen. But JoRaul doesn't see that idea, instead moving the knight closer to the king side of the board, and we have some more exchanges. White is still winning. White has 2 pass pawns over here that are so close to promoting, to getting into the position. Knight takes one of White's pawns. Knight takes another pawn, but now the knight's pinned to the king. The knight's pinned to the king, but White makes a queen. White makes a queen, deflecting the rook and winning the rook, and now it's just completely crushing Joe. It's +8 for JoRaul. JoRaul's gonna stop Black's king from queen from pawn from whatever. Stop pawn's pawn from promoting to a queen. And that's just going to be it. I mean, JoRaul's going to make a queen. He's going to have a rook, a queen, a knight against the king, and Wid resigns. It's mate in 2. It's mate in 2 here, and yeah, that's the end of the game. JoRaul wins it in 3. Day 1 was a sweep for Ksmac and JoRaul. Just 2 clean sweeps. Elo MB cat gif hi. Oh, I'm sorry, DJ. Those redemptions are not working right now because we're recording a YouTube video. So those do work normally, but when we do tournament matches and we're recording for YouTube, I do not have those things activated. So the cat gif will work. Yeah, actually neither of them will work right now. I'm sorry. The cat gift is also a scam redemption. You have to use exclamation cat or something like that. Then it will give you the actual cat gif. So. Okay, we have 2 more matches to go through. These ones I have more games for, though. These ones are wild. These games are insane. All right, let's get it in. Let's get it done. You guys ready? It's not going to work now, DJ, because I don't have the bot activated. I turned it off for this recording. I can show you what it does real quick, though. If I turn on... Okay, there it is. There's the hi, I'm new. We'll do the cat one. Will that work? There it is. It just generates a random cat gif. They're really funny, honestly. Okay, but I gotta turn it off now. Okay. You know what? I'm actually gonna save these ones for the end. Let's do evil space bunnies and okay. All right. So now we're on to the second day of the quarterfinals in the event. By the way, if you made it this far in the video, please do consider subscribing on YouTube. It will mean a lot, and we have lots of other chess content if you're interested in that kind of stuff. We're going to start with the second match of the day between Evil Space Bunny and Jack Penguin, because the first match of the day was the wildest set of the quarterfinals, and yeah, stick around to the end to see that one. So Jack Penguin, Evil Space Bunny, we have Jack on black, and we have Evil Space Bunny on white. Starting with a pretty standard opening type of situation. Evil Space Bunny trying to play the Wayward Queen attack. Jack Penguin, by the way, is significantly higher rated than Evil Space Bunny. Evil Space Bunny's rating here is not super accurate. She's probably around like 300 or 400. This is actually the biggest rating discrepancy among the players that we matched up for this quarterfinals matchup. But okay, we're gonna see Evil Space Bunny being the underdog here, but she's gonna try her best to get some wins. Jack did not blunder this pawn, as many do in the early wayward queen attack. Instead, he is protected by the knight and now is kicking the queen out. Queen is going to simply retreat. You always have to be careful, though, about moves like d6 and d5 because it has a discovery on the queen, right? Because you put the queen on that h3 square. So knight's going to come out, knight's going to come out, bishop out here. Doesn't really attack anything, and it's... And not only does it not attack anything, but the knight can simply capture the bishop here, and it can also fork the pieces. Oh, I guess it can't. I guess it can't capture this because the knight protects it. Oh my god. That's why it's so bad for what? That's why it's so bad for white here. Oh my goodness. So black jumps into the center with the knight and bishop to b5, but you're blundering a fork. You're blundering a fork with a knight, and you're just gonna simply pick up ESB's rook, and Evil Space Bunny is now down a full piece. The knight, not only that, but she moved the A pawn, so the knight has an escape route, and the knight can just get out. My god. So we have the king walking over a little bit, knight back to d4 where it's very safe. The pawn's going to be captured, but you actually even have a lot of ideas here. You have this tactic with d6 attacking both the knight and the queen, which is very strong here. You can also take this bishop first and then play that move. You can win the pawn in the center, which is what Jack does, and Jack is just up a clean amount of material here. It's -7. This position's crushing for black. The black's knight is kicked out, but it shouldn't matter too much. We're just going to make a bunch of exchanges. You of course exchange when you're up material, and now he finds this move attacking the knight and the queen. And ESB doesn't see it. ESB doesn't see it, and we have takes. Queen out, check. Queenside castle from Jack. Check on h4. Oh my god, attacking the knight. Everything is just falling apart for ESB here. She only has a few pieces left. Her king is just in the center of the board. Knight e5. Oh my god. The king is just in the center getting hunted by this queen that's just gobbling all the pawns. Jack's trying to find a way to convert this into a win. He's just shredding open the center. King g3, it's just mate and 7. It's just mate and 7 for black if they can find it. Rook comes in, knight hits the queen, but bishop f2, maybe a step in the wrong direction, sacrificing the bishop. Your queen is still under fire here. You have to be very careful, but we see playing okay. We said this move. Oh my gosh. Queen is under fire here, and not only that, but Jack blunders another exchange in this position. I don't think he knows how to make forward progress here, so he allows the bishop to take the rook, and now, okay, at least you win the knight back, which is nice. King slides over. Queen here, you have to make sure your king still sees this rook and defends it, but in this case, Evil Space Bunny allows Jack to simply scoop up the rook, and now it will just be a matter of gobbling the rest of the pieces and delivering a mate, which he does here with the rook and the queen. I think this game is actually the third one they played. So this was Jack winning the match. The first game is over here. I went through the wrong one first, so let's just say. And Jack Penguin won 3-0 against Evil Space Bunny for a clean sweep and is moving on to the semifinals in the tournament. In this game, we have. Let's just go back and do a quick little. I did these in the wrong order. We did these in the wrong order, so let's go back to the first one. We'll do the first one. Okay. God damn, I'm confusing myself here, guys. I'm sorry. I'm a little flustered today. We're gonna do these in the correct order. Let me take this off too. Okay. So game one, Jack is on black, Evil Space Bunny's on white. We have. We're gonna see e4, e5, and Evil Space Bunny is gonna bring the queen out early, trying to do the wayward queen attack. Again, just so you guys know, Evil Space Bunny is rated significantly lower than Jack. Her elo is actually really around closer to 400. Jack is actually around 750, so he's gonna have a big advantage. ESB is gonna be the underdog here. Let's see how Jack does. He clearly does not fall for the early queen attack. Bishop out. She's trying to set up some sort of a scholar's mate type threat, but simply g6 here, and the queen has to leave, retreating back to h3.
However, h3 loses to the fantastic move pawn to d5, hitting both the bishop and the queen. Two things are under fire and you cannot protect both of them, but Jack doesn't see it. Jack doesn't see it, just plays knight f6, and you have to move one of those pieces out of the way or you're just going to be losing material. Knight f3 doesn't protect anything. You also just lost a pawn now too. Taking the free pawn on e4 is Jack, and castles by Evil Space Bunny playing safe. I love that she's playing safe, but now he plays d6, attacks the queen. A little bit of an inconspicuous move. It's not super obvious what the idea of this move is right away, and ESB just misses it. ESB just hangs her queen on h3. Oh no. Oh no, the queen is gone. f5, Jack getting a huge center here. d3 kicking the knight out, defending the bishop. The pieces are gonna get developed here. e4 hits this knight. Jack is really getting in the center of this board here, trying to gobble some things up. Queen h4 really coming in for an attack, trying to make something happen. Oh my, knight comes in, hits the queen, but queen can just gobble on h3, and yeah, the rook can come here. That does stop the pawn from taking. I love this idea by ESB, but Jack Penguin can simply castle out of the threat. Pawn takes, knight takes, hitting the bishop, getting the knight in a very active square. Bishop moves out of the way, but is blundered to knight a5, which Jack sees immediately. Kick out the knight. Oh no. Jack blundered a piece back. You could just take here. And ESB does. Okay. ESB wins a piece back. Okay. Makes a trade. All right, all right. b4, hitting the knight, but the knight takes the bishop. And although ESB is successfully trading pieces with Jack, ESB is down material. And when you're down material, you do not want to make these types of exchanges. You are down a knight to a queen here in this position, and also many, many pawns. So let's see what happens. Jack moving the queen to g4. Pawn up, kicking out the knight. Knight slides back, hitting this knight, and you cannot take because your knight is pinned to the white king. Knight to b1, and this pawn just getting in. This pawn is just getting into the position. It's mate in 8 if Jack sees it. Mate in 8. Once you do stuff like bring the bishop in, bring the rook over, it is getting, oh my. And bishop takes. Pawn pushes, that's not a terrible move, but Jack's playing all the moves that the engine likes. Jack's playing top engine moves here, checking the king. Another top engine move, it's mate in 5. Jack's finding all the perfect moves in this position. Oh my god, rook f to 1, it's mate in 2. After takes, you promote to a queen. And simply king h2. And it's over. It's over because queen can take on g2. You can also play queen g1. You could also play, I guess this would be met with this, and it's an extra move or two. That's the end. And Jack Penguin defeats Evil Space Bunny in the first game. And not only that, but Jack Penguin also defeats Evil Space Bunny in the second game and forces a game 3 where he is up 2 games, giving Evil Space Bunny another chance to try white and see if she can deploy some sort of attack and try to come back. And that's where we'll cut to the other part of the video. This is chess. This is chess. But now we're gonna get to the best part. Okay, this is the cream of the crop right here. All right, guys, this is going to be, I think, our last match that we'll review, and then we're going to probably be done with the stream, I think, because I am tired, and I have to edit a YouTube video for tomorrow. This is actually going to be the video for tomorrow that I need to finish up, so we're going to go over this one, and then that'll be it for today. But this one was something, dude. This match was my favorite for sure.
I won with the Caro-Kann with 2 minutes left, so I was thinking, let's flip and go. Smack is goated at chess. Get that Caro-Kann, brother. All right. Recording's still going. Here we go. And now we're gonna bring to you the cream of the crop, the final match, day 2, Kixie versus Pox. This set of games was absolutely insane. So if you stayed till the end here, this is your reward. Pox is playing on white, Kixie's playing on black. We have d4 and c6. Not typically what you want to do as black because you can push the pawn again, but that's okay. We have e3 here, pawn in the center with e5, and reinforcing with c3. So it's pretty standard stuff, like no one blundering anything crazy immediately, which is good. Developing some pieces, Kixie's gonna do on black, and Pox is gonna develop some pieces too as well on white with knight to f3. We have 2 pawns in the center, the bishop pins the knight, the other bishop's gonna come out here, and now knight is going to capture in the center. Okay, that's a pretty reasonable move. The knight can't take back here because the knight's capturing in the center, and the knight is pinned here to the black king. So let's see what the players decide to do. Kixie is gonna play a6 to try to kick the bishop out. Bishop takes knight, pawn takes, and now knight takes on c6. So Pox has actually already won 2 pawns against Kixie. So a pretty significant lead. The knight's very active here, really messing with the black pieces. So Kixie's gonna say, all right, I wanna kick your knight out. I don't want your knight to linger there anymore. Okay, so knight's just gonna go back to the really nice square on e5. We have knight e4, f3 kicking the knight out, knight goes back, and now queen a4 check, and things are looking scary. Right? If you play a move like c6, Pox is gonna force a queen trade because he's just gonna be up 3 pawns. And that's exactly what happens. There's a queen trade, and now Pox is just up 3 pawns in this game. Oh my god, not only that, but sorry. Pox is up 3 points in this game. However, we also have to be aware that Pox doesn't have much activity in this game quite yet. Pox's only active piece is the knight. Kixie has a couple more pieces activated. She can easily kick the knight out at some point with tempo soon, bring the bishop out pretty easily, move the knight out of here, castle, and continue with her game plan. It's gonna take a lot more moves for Pox's piece to get into the game. Knight goes here. Why does the engine hate this so much? What is the idea here? E4, oh E4, oh my god. Whatever. Knight d2, castles, knight back, and again, Pox is just like moving the same piece around. He's not really getting his other material into the game, which is what you need to be doing at this level. You need to activate more pieces. Kixie's gonna bring her bishop in, and this bishop is actually gonna be a really critical piece in this position in restricting the movement of Pox's material. Now this bishop has nowhere to get out. The light squares are controlled by this bishop, and everything is just very restricted here. Kixie with an interesting move, rook to b8, and we just have knight takes. She just blundered an exchange. Oh my god. So Pox is completely crushing in material, but what's gonna happen in just a couple moves here after the king moves over, the rook is gonna infiltrate, and after f4, the position is just completely crushing for Kixie after knight e4 because the bind on white's pieces is insane. White has more material, but it's -3 because look at white's position. The knight, the rook, the king, and the other rook are all in the back rank. This bishop is just a glorified pawn. It just is sitting here staring into pawns. Look at the control of the squares here. You're threatening to come in and attack. You're threatening a fork here. You're threatening to come in and attack and put pressure on other pieces. Like this is absurd. This is absurd. And Kixie's just winning. Kixie's just winning down material in what you think was a bad position. And you now have mate in 2 after rook c1. Rook c1. There is knight here. Wait, sorry. I just want to make sure I see this correctly. Oh my god. You have knight takes on c3, king e1, then rook. Oh my god. There is now mate in 2. if Kixie can find knight takes c3, ignoring this threat for now, forcing the king to e1, and then rook e2. It is mate in 2 for Kixie, but she misses it. She misses it, but she gobbles a free pawn. It's still -6 for black. Okay, let's see what the path forward is. Knight d, oh my god, knight d2. Bishop e2, okay. King slides out, but white maybe is able to untangle here. Knight's jumping in. Look at these pieces. Have you ever seen anything like this? Black is setting up their pieces in white's second rank. This is where these pieces normally start the game. Now the pieces are over here on the second rank. What is happening? Rook slides over to b4, but there's no back rank because this bishop covers it. And you just lost a knight as white, or a rook. The rook was just hanging. Oh no. Pox, what are you doing? Pox is losing all his pieces. The rook hangs. Now the bishop hangs. I mean, you could take this knight, but... And Kixie just gobbles it up. Kixie gobbles it up, and there's no back rank. Pox thought there was a back rank, and I don't think Kixie even realized her bishop protects back rank, but she is so lucky because it's the only move. It's the only move you can even play, and she finds it and plays it. It's forced. Bishop f8 is forced, and she has it available and plays it. Look at this position. What is going on here? Kixie is now up 2 pieces after getting completely destroyed in the early game of this game, and now the king's gonna get harassed. A knight's gonna be picked up. Kixie has 4 pieces to Pox's 1 rook. I'm not changing the head mod color. Get out of here. It's a hex. What are you talking about, brother? But we have to keep in mind that, remember, the clock is also a piece. Kixie only has 3 minutes to think. Pox has 4.5. Let's see what kind of ideas the players come up with here. Pushing the pawns, getting the knight into the game. Okay, the knight's on a much better square here. Taking another free pawn. Okay. Rook comes out of the way, knight comes back, but Kixie's having a little bit of trouble finagling her pieces into the right squares, okay? And probably should have taken a rook trade here. Okay, that's fine. White realizes they offered a rook trade and then came back out of the rook trade. They also, not only was there a rook trade, but you could have actually just won this piece. Wait. Oh my god. I remember this happening during coverage. I remember this happening during coverage. And now we're seeing both players getting even lower on time. Kixie only has 2 minutes, Pox has 3 minutes 40, and players are playing these moves very quickly. In 6 seconds, Pox plays the move rook to a3, which blunders the knight. You can take it in one of 2 ways, and Kixie, also trying to play fast, she spends 30 seconds on this move, but can't find taking with one of these pieces, just moves her rook out of the way, and Pox on coverage was like freaking out when he made that move, immediately realizing he blundered. Kixie does not see it though, and just gobbles a pawn here in the center. King slides out of the way, and players are playing quick. The pace is picking up. Bishop e2, Kixie's down to 1 minute and 5 seconds. The rook is gobbling a pawn, knight out. Kixie still has 4 pieces. She has 4 pieces. She could sacrifice a piece for the pawn. She could trade 2 pieces for the rook. She can just sacrifice material and be totally fine. Pox not trying to trade, but Pox blunders the rook. Pox blunders the rook on c5, and it just doesn't know what to do. His king is trying to get into the game, and Kixie has 4 extra pieces to mate in 5 if she can find the right piece coordination. Bishop c4 is actually a correct move to play here. Bishop b4, it's mate in 3, but Kixie has 30 seconds on the clock. King to c2 for Pox. Bishop to d3 is a step in the wrong direction. Now the king can slide back out, and the king is shuffling back and forth. Kixie doesn't know how to organize her pieces. She has 9 seconds on the clock. King slides over, rook slides down. Oh no, the knight's gonna be lost. The king is escaping. Rook gobbles a pawn. 4 seconds on the clock. Pox still has 2 full minutes. King is going back and forth, and in this position, Kixie loses on time. Kixie up 13 points of material and a completely dominating position. Simply needed to just gobble this pawn, and it would have been a draw by timeout versus insufficient material. I don't know if she knew that rule existed. I don't know if she knew she had enough time to do that, but Kixie loses game 1 after completely crushing Pox. Okay. Game 2. Players are switching colors. Thanks, Bebra Boba. Appreciate you. Welcome in. We're reviewing these games. We're using them for YouTube. Exactly. We're reviewing some games. You know how it is. Just typical recap stuff. Oh my god, these games are something else. These games are something else, my dude. Holy cow. Okay. Gotta compose myself again for this next one. God damn. Where'd the music go? Okay. So in game 2, we have Kixie on the white pieces, Pox on the black pieces. We're gonna see D4. Is this the same exact game? Wait, didn't the last game open like this also? So we're seeing the exact same opening as played in the last game, except now Pox is on black and Kixie's on white, and we're seeing 2 pawns in the center. In the last game, Pox played E3. We're not seeing that here. Okay, pawns are coming out, pawns are defending each other. Kixie has a really, really nice center position here with all these pawns. And Pox is gonna have the pawn triangle here as black. Bishop to C4, knight hits the bishop comes out here. We have a little bit of a tempo here. Knight comes to C4. Okay, what are the players doing here? Queen B3, but this is scary. This is scary because B5 traps the bishop, I believe. If you take, the knight is still defended. If you don't take, yeah, you don't have to take it, but then the bishop will come here defending the knight a second time and then still takes, and you can't even take the, oh my god. So Kixie right here in the opening on move 8 is already blundering the trapping of the bishop on the A file in the back rank, or in the is already blundering the bishop. But instead, Pox decides to play knight A5. Okay, knight A5, pretty standard stuff. And now queen A3, and you'll see the evaluation is plummeting. And the reason is because after D5, the queen is simply trapped. You have B4 and the knight, yeah. C4, queen B3. It's not trapped. Okay. The trapping comes in a second. Wait, the trap comes in a second. Bro, the eval bar. Yes. Okay. So the queen isn't trapped yet, but what will happen is after this move that is played by okay, check this out. So I was a little preemptive there. Okay. We have knight back to A5 and queen here, but the issue is after D5, you have to play B4 as white, and now B5 again, and the bishop is still trapped. Wait, there was something even better than this. Knight here, queen over, and now here. This is the way they want it to happen. Oh my god. Because in the other line, because if you just do this now, it's not oh my god, it's not trapped. That's why. All right, let me do this all over again. This is just, bro, this is ridiculous. This whole idea is so silly. Because the queen has to go in front of the bishop, and now it's, yeah. Oh my god. Okay, let's do this one more time. So knight A5 hitting the queen, but because queen A3, there's this incredible move, D5, hitting the queen, and the only move here to stop it is B4 from white. And then the knight jumps in, hitting the queen again. And when the queen moves to B3, you're gonna trap the bishop. Bishop is still trapped. But instead of that, we have B5 hitting the bishop a different way. And now an even worse blunder by Kixie. Bishop to B3. And now this move completely traps the queen because you don't have B4 anymore. And the queen is just lost. But Pox doesn't see it, and Pox just takes the bishop with the knight, and now the game is just 0-0-0 again. Oh my god. Bishop out, and not only that, but Pox hangs his bishop on e6, and Kixie's just up a full piece. Bishop e7 to protect check. She doesn't want to lose her right to castle. And not only that, she can't even move the king anyways. The only moves are knight, bishop, and rook. You don't want to knight, bishop, and queen. You don't want to trade. You don't want to trade your queen away. So bishop out developing. Knight's gonna come out. Kixie's just gonna keep developing her pieces. Kixie's just gonna shred open the center, develop her pieces. Like takes. Okay, queen out, check. But that can simply be blocked by bishop with a tempo. Queen slides back. King's gonna castle. And rook c8. Rook c8 taking the open file. But it's not. Rook c8 taking the open file actually blunders to queen takes c8. Winning a rook and checking the king. It's a complete blunder. But Kixie misses it and takes the pawn in the center. It's still completely crushing for white because now it's still available to be taken. You can still take the rook, but bishop c3, and now it's crushing for white. If you can find queen takes queen, which isn't even that hard to see. The queen is getting blundered. The worst game, the worst game in my rating ladder range yet. Because the queen is blundered. Oh my god, Kixie hangs her queen, but Pox doesn't see it, and now the queen is free to leave, and it does. The queen says goodbye because this was such an obvious and clear attack. There's just, what? And it's still +6. Look at this, the queen is putting pressure here. We have still once the king moves out of the way, we have threatening to shred open the center. The knight will maybe come in. This knight will come in. We still have to activate all these pieces. Oh my god, this could be crushing for white. This could be simply crushing for white. We have g5 in order to prevent the queen taking this pawn. Knight a3, but knight a3 allows a fork. I don't know. Pox doesn't see it, plays h5 instead, but now the queen is infiltrating. You can't kick this queen out very easily anymore. Knight h6 tries to do that. Queen's gonna go back now, but there's a lot of weaknesses in black's position, and this can be shredded open so easily for white. Castling is a great move for black here with ideas and pressure along these files, and the king is at least a little bit safer over here. Pawn takes, and Pox sees that his queen, that he should make a queen trade here. Should he make a queen trade here? He's actually down material. I don't know if he should make a queen trade here. Pox sees that the queens have opened up and decides to take the queen on f2. Rook takes on f2, and now we have this fork on b4, forking the knight and the bishop from Pox. So Pox is gonna win some material back. Bishop d4, taking the knight, taking, and material's equal. It's actually just pretty much equal. White has a couple pawns, but we have the same amount of minor pieces for each player. Queens are off the board, and we're getting close to an endgame here. After takes, it's plus 1.7. It's plus 1.7 for if rook takes f6. Oh my god. It's plus 1.7 if Kixie just simplifies. If Kixie just plays rook f6 and trades all these pieces, she's just up 2 pawns. So it's to her benefit to simplify, but knight g3 and she loses the bishop. The bishop just wasn't defended, or it was defended, but now it's no longer defended, and bishop takes bishop, but he doesn't see it. Instead attacking the knight, and now you can still take this bishop. You can still take the bishop. But Kixie just moves the bishop back. All right, at least it defends this bishop now. Knight comes in hitting the rook. Rook slides up, knight slides back. This is getting a little dicey. Things are getting a little dicey here. It's getting good for black. White has a lot of weaknesses, targets. Oh no. Taking the pawn, taking another pawn, but oh no. The rook is just hanging. The pawn was defended, and now Pox is crushing. It's -7. And it just gets worse from there. As Kixie is gonna exchange more pieces, we're gonna simplify to an endgame where Pox is just up a full rook. And although Kixie has some extra pawns, those will be gobbled up quite quickly. And Pox is gonna go for promotion here with his passed a pawn, make a queen, and all the rest of the pieces are gonna be captured from Kixie. And even though she has a knight left, it's not gonna be enough to defend her king as it gets boxed in here by the rook and the queen, and there is no escape for the king, and it is checkmate, and Kixie loses game 2 in what was another game where she was completely crushing and threw the game away. Oh my, we have a game 3 to go to. Whew, game 3. Yeehaw, boy. What's up, Marky Yoon? Hello. What morning are you talking about? Oh, it might be morning for Mark. Could be morning. Bebra wants to roast me. I mean, you just told me that this is your chess rating, so I don't need to roast you. Your chess rating probably roasts you enough. Boom, roasted. Also, your name's Bebra Boba, like Bebra Boba Fett, dude. Boba Fett, more like Boba Fed up with your BS. Boom, roasted. Why'd you put an 05 in next to your name? Because Bebra Boba 01234 were all taken. You had to be number 5. I should call the other ones up and to bully you because you know, you I should get Bebra 1 through 4 in here because they're probably way more cool than you. But boom, roasted. I should. Okay, listen. You redeemed roast me. Okay, all right, that was a little rough. Okay, let's go to game 3. Let's go to game 3. Okay. Sorry, not actually morning, but interesting game. What's your rating though? I'm 1550 in rapid. By the way, guys, we have our chess tournament continuing this upcoming Tuesday. So we have the next Twitch stream is Tuesday, the 24th. So in 2 days, for me at least, it might be the 25th, or it might be the 25th for some people. But in 2 days, we're continuing our Pog Legends chess streamer tournament. So if anyone does want to come check that out, I'd recommend coming back for that. It's going to be happening. Continuing on Tuesday with the semifinals coming up. We have 16 amazing streamers. That's actually what we're reviewing right now. We're reviewing last week's games. You should definitely come check it out. It's going to be super fun. And we have 4 people left. 4 competitors are left competing for the title. It's kind of like Pog Champs. Everyone's very low rated, and we're just playing for fun. So hopefully we'll see some of you there. Semifinals continuing on Tuesday, and then actually tomorrow I'm streaming on TikTok. Marsh is a commentator. Although I don't think he's doing any more commentating. I think he's too busy with work and stuff. He might be able to commentate on Thursday this week. Tomorrow I'm going to be live on TikTok. If you guys are interested in that, I do chess on TikTok also, and I've started doing this series of chess puzzles that people have been liking a lot on TikTok. In fact, our chess puzzle today. Let's see if people were interested in it. Yeah, like 6,000 views on our chess puzzle, so we'll take that. Yeah, people like. Our first chess puzzle, we did insane. We got like 1 million freaking views on our first chess puzzle. So if you guys want to see some cool chess puzzles and get like, I've been doing them every other day. So if you want like an every other day puzzle that's like fun, you can check out my TikTok, and I've been posting puzzles on there. Anyways, let's do the last game, shall we? And then we can chit chat more a little. All right. Sorry for the noise. I should have muted myself before I did this. I'm just pouring water in my water bottle. Let's do it. Game 3, Pox is on white, Kixie's on black. And Kixie choosing to play the Scandinavian defense. Although the players at this level, I'm not sure they even know what the Scandinavian defense is. This is already great for the Scandinavian player if you just take on e4, but Kixie's not going to do that. She's going to play 2 Sioux center pawns. We have the knight coming out, the pawn kicking it out with tempo, and then knight to c5. So pretty standard stuff. However, this is already a pretty good position for Kixie. The reason this is so good is partially because once you exchange these pawns, this will pose real weaknesses for white along these squares. Black also eventually has moves like Queen H4 coming in, and just a much better structure in the center where the F pawn hasn't been moved yet for black. So things could get a little tough here for white if they're not careful. Pawn d3, knight comes out. We just have some normal development. Both players are playing totally solid so far. No one's blundered anything quite yet. Bishop is going to pin the knight to the queen. And knight to e3. Sorry. And bishop to e3. Oh no. Kixie blundered her bishop. Bishop takes is simply winning a piece. But Pox doesn't see it. Pox says, oh no, my bishop is being attacked. I guess I should just take this knight, and that's what Pox does. And Pox not only takes the knight, but also develops the queen and also lets the bishop live here. Now the bishop's in, the queen is in, the king is weak along the dark square diagonal, and we have all these dark square pieces that can come in and harass the dark squares. Oh my god. I mean, it's not completely crushing for black, but if white just plays a move like King E2, then yeah, it's pretty good for black. What is King E2? Oh no. Oh no, now the king can't castle, and the king is stuck in the center of the board because of this bishop. After you play queen to g5, you're defending the bishop, and oh my gosh, what is happening here? You could have probably would have been a little better to play something like d4 here, or try to maybe come in with something like well, not yet, but like you might have wanted to reinforce d4, which is what the engine recommends, because the queen can be kicked out of being a defender. But anyways, we don't have to worry about that type of stuff here. So queen comes out, g4. Okay, g4 is actually not the worst idea from Pox, maybe with the idea to play like h4 and try to lock the queen over here on the side of the board, but h4 is not so. Oh my god, what is happening? Wait, what is happening in this game? Knight b4. I was gonna say h4 is not good because of you can just play d4 still. The engine still likes d4, but anyways. G4 here, but now knight b4. Kixie playing really aggressively. Look at how entrenched Kixie's pieces are getting into white's position here. And if there was a simple like exchange of pawns, this position could just completely open up, and she could just be completely destroying this king right here. Yeah, pretty much is the delayed bomb cloud. Knight h3. Okay, knight h3 asking the queen some questions on the g5 square. But queen to h4, and now, queen is maybe threatening to get in. Pox plays knight g1, blundering mate in 1. Now at this point, both players have a little over 7 minutes, and Kixie is spending a reasonable amount of time on this move. We're doing coverage. We see mate in 1 instantly. But Kixie's thinking, and we're like, oh my god, yes. Kixie's calculating. She's thinking about the mate in 1. She sees it, she just wants to make sure it works. And after thinking about this move for what is maybe like 40 seconds or so, Kixie plays bishop f2 and misses mate in 1. She has so far missed mate in 2 in the first game, and then mate in 1 here. And then a bunch of mate in 4, mate in 5s in the first game. Later in the game too, Kixie is just throwing away these absolutely crushing positions, and Pox is just able to barely get out of these positions. She trades away her stupendous bishop for that really weak rook, and it's still good for Kixie, but now she's kind of taking a step in the wrong direction with bishop e6, because queen c5, knight comes in. Okay, wait, what is happening here? Why is this so bad? What's the idea after this? Oh, D takes. Oh my brother. D takes here. Oh my god. And then wait, what if you take with a knight? What if takes? Why is this so bad for... Oh, this isn't bad. What's the issue here? And now it's telling me a completely different move. Now it's saying A3. What? Can I just play D4? I don't know, whatever. Whatever, doesn't matter. Takes, but engine doesn't like e6 because of some tactics in the center, but it's not a terrible move. Queen comes in, knight comes in, takes a pawn, but blundering the knight to the bishop because the pawn was defended, and now Kixie's down a piece. Kixie went from a completely winning position from mate in 1 to being down a full knight. Oh no, long castle's even worse, blundering the a7 pawn. Oh no, Pox takes in the center, and Pox pushes the pawn and wedging the pawn in this position, and things are starting to get wild. Things are about to heat up here. After king slides over, queen takes on e5 from Pox, and you have the absolutely incredible, and you could do this with either rook to e8, laser beams down the center, pins the queen to the king, and you're just winning a queen back, and it's destroying for Kixi. Pox gave this to Kixi. You could do this with either rook, and it's just completely crushing. But Kixi misses it. Pawn f6. But then queen e7, and you can do it again. And now it should be even more obvious because the pieces are all so close to each other. Just rook e8. Rook e8 and the game is over. You're winning a queen. But Kixi misses it and plays g5. And now it's completely winning. It's completely win for white. You just take this pawn. Just take this pawn, get the queen out of the pin. But bishop a4, and you can do it again. This is the third time in a row Pox has offered this tactic to Kixi. This is insane. I know you're just trying not to laugh all that time, yeah. This is incredible. It's been offered 3 times, but Kixi misses it again playing f5. Oh my god. And now again, just something like queen moving out of the way is totally winning for white. But pawn takes pawn, and now over a 4th time in a row, Kixi can play rook e8 and pin the queen. But she misses it again, playing queen h3, and now white is completely dominating again. But white plays f6! Oh, but now the tactic doesn't actually work anymore. Rook here doesn't work anymore because of this incredible line, which I think I saw this on stream, but I think you can play pawn f7 here. It does not work. Takes. I tried to calculate this on stream. e6 check. Okay, computer, okay. I calculated all this because I was like, this is hanging, the rook has to go somewhere, but after this checks, you just win this. Oh my god. That's actually incredible. I didn't even see that at all. I saw this idea. What is the engine like here? Knight, okay, knight here. Now that check no longer exists. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, the issue is now this tactic doesn't work because these pawns are too close to promotion, and you have the pawns defending the queen, and if the rook ever takes, you will just have 2 passed pawns that are connected and protecting each other that are on the 2nd and 3rd rank, and it's simply too much. So Kixi had 4 turns. Kixi had 4 opportunities to win that queen, and she missed it. And now instead, we do, oh, she did finally make that move. Wait a second. Oh my god. After the tactic is no longer available, she finally plays the move, rook e8, and Pox, scared that the queen is gonna be won anyways, decides to take. And this is what happens. This is what happens. And it's completely winning for Kixi. It's -2. The king is just out in the open. And then you will have things such as if the king moves like the wrong way, you will infiltrate with the queen and just get into position, win some pawns. It's, oh my god. Oh my god. King slides to d2, it's -10. And Kixi just takes the f3 pawn, which is fine. It looks good. It does attack the passed pawns as well. Oh my god, what is this move from Pox? I don't remember any of these moves at this point. I don't remember anything after this. What is happening here? Queen takes f3, pawn f7, rook comes in, but oh no! It's a blunder because you can make a queen. Pox can make a queen, which he does, and it deflects this queen off the defense of the rook, and now Pox is winning again. But is he? Pox is up 4 points of material, but because of the coordination of the pieces and the restrictiveness of where the pieces are placed, Kixi actually has mate in 4 if she can find queen f4 check. And then only move king e2, bishop g4 check. And then king e1, and it's just check. And no matter where the king goes, I mean, the king can only go here. h3, queen h3 is what it says. Oh my god, Wait, that's no. What is it? Bishop h3. Oh my god. Bishop h3. And that's mate. But honestly, this sequence of moves is so hard to find, but it's checkmate. It is simply mate in 4. But there's no shot Kixie sees this line. And after just a simple move like queen e8, White's just crushing because White just up 7 points of material, 4 points of material. The king gets the safety. There are no more good checks, and now Pox is going to start repositioning his pieces, getting them into the game, and now it's just, I mean, Pox gives up a knight here, but okay. The engine says 0, 0, 0. We have 2 rooks for the queen. This game is really close. This game is really close, but pawn pushes, and now rook f1 coming in, and this is just getting very, very scary here for black. I mean, but pawn d7. Oh my. Bishop needs to take that. Or queen, and Kixie just hangs her queen. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. King takes, but now you're just down a full queen. And all the rest of your pieces will be gobbled. Or you get mated on the back rank. You get mated on the back rank, and yeah, Kixie loses game 3. Kixie loses the 3rd game. Oh. Wow. That was my favorite of all the matches, and it was just incredible because Kixie had such winning positions in all these games, but unfortunately was not able to convert. And those are the types of things you need to be able to do if you want to make it to the semifinals of this tournament. Speaking of the semifinals, make sure to catch those live on Twitch. Link will be in the description below if you want to play chess with us or be in any of our future tournaments. There's also a Discord link below. You should go check it out. And then if you enjoyed the video, consider subscribing on YouTube. There will be some other spicy chess videos that'll pop up here that you probably would enjoy. You should go check them out. Have a good rest of your day, everyone. See you next time. And that's going to be it for the YouTube video. Oh my gosh. That was something. I would win Pog Champs, but not Pog Legends. No. That's it for the recording for this one, Bebra. That's all the games we had for that recording. My voice is also shot now, too. Wow. What a game. We're gonna have to convert that and upload it, and I gotta edit that, and that's it. Took us like an hour to do that. Probably a little more than an hour, honestly. Ugh. You might be able to win Pog Legends. All the players in this event are rated below. Actually, all the players in this event, I think, are all rated lower than the players in Pog Champs. The players in Pog Champs, some of them got up to like 1300. Sardoche is very good. And then some of the other players are actually pretty good. What's his face was pretty good. Was it Box? I think was in it. It was really good. And then in one of them, we had that actor, Rain. The heck is his last name? The guy from The Office. He was rated like 1400 or something crazy, or 1500. There are some really good players in that event. This event, the highest rated player is probably like 800 or 900. That's it. I'm tired, guys. And maybe I'll play one Blitz game. No, I don't even really know if I want to. I kind of just want to go edit. I think I need to get this video ready for tomorrow. I feel pretty good about that, though. I think that was a good recording. That'll go out on YouTube tomorrow. We'll have that one ready. I can beat Ksmac3, but I'm 700. Hey, 700 is pretty good. That is better than a lot of the people in our event, honestly. It's not terrible. I respect that. You might do okay in Pog Legends. You might be able to kick some butt. Yeah, we will be doing, I think, a public chess tournament probably in the next couple months. Maybe I'll play one for March or something. I want to do an open event in the future, which will happen at some point. That's what I got for you guys. Feeling pretty good. Okay, let's wrap things up. If you just make sure you guys know what the deal is with the rest of the month. We have the chess event that's happening on Tuesday and Thursday. It's the semifinals. God, I'm so tired after that. It's the semifinals. Tomorrow I'll be live on TikTok, and then Tuesday I'll be live on Twitch. And Wednesday will be TikTok, and Thursday will be Twitch. We'll do all the semifinals matches on Tuesday and Thursday. And the finals is the following week. Hopefully I'll see some of you there. I'm doing some prep with Jack and Pox tomorrow on TikTok. Hopefully some of you will come by. We'll play some games on there. That's it. That's what I got for y'all people. I'm exhausted. That was a long stream. That was a long one. I gotta lay down in bed now and not talk and edit. I'm gonna eat something. I'm gonna go upstairs and eat. Then I'm gonna go edit this video for tomorrow. I have to make a thumbnail and make a whole video. Marsh is playing Plate Up, which you guys can play with him if you want to. He's a really good dude. He helped commentate one day in our chess event. Hopefully we'll get him back at some point. So that's it. Appreciate you guys. Enjoy the rest of your night. I'll miss you. Love you all dearly. Thanks, Bebra, for coming in. Thanks for following, Beb. Thanks, T-Clock, for being in here and following. Bwowba, Sega Genesis, someone who hates you, Mellow. Got a lot of follows today. Thank you guys all for following. Sega with the sub, that's insane. Appreciate that a lot. Shadow Vulture with the bits. See you guys next time. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your night.